Hello, welcome to Smooth Jazz Love 94. In the house, we have the coziest Thursday night that has ever been had. Do you hear that in the background? It's going to start cracking thunder in a second. Thank you for bearing with me. I was in the middle of editing the countdown graphics, and a giant lightning bolt, I suppose, cracked over the house. And there was like no rain. It was sunny, and I was very confused. And apparently, the rain cloud was like right above. So knocked the power out, and then I couldn't update the graphics because I waited till the absolute last second to do it. But we made it. We were only like a minute late, a minute-ish, 60 seconds, you know. Not everyone can be perfect, okay? God. I will never let you down like this again. I promise. I'm going to write a book about it. How not to be late to my stream. Oh, wait. It was me who caused the lateness. And that brings me to today's topic. Welcome, everybody. Seriously, welcome. This is a little bit different than per usual. There's so much stuff to talk about in self-help and in that world, but there's almost too much that You heard that? I was not lying. There is so much stuff to talk about that I figured let's take a little break from the personal development critiquing. I just did a podcast with the Indoctrination podcast, and I put it on the community tab and also on Instagram and all that, if you want to listen to it. It's really good. Indoctrination is sort of like the play on word. You get it? And it's all about like cult, tactics and overcoming manipulation, and it was really, really good. It was fun. So fun. Cult tactics, so fun. Oh my gosh. Do you hear that? I feel like it's like coming through the roof. Oh my God. That's concerning. Anyways, we'll ignore that for now. And so I just needed a little break. I talked a lot about self-help. We did Jenna Kutcher, Camelia and I did a stream last week about Jenna Kutcher being a health influencer. So I was like, I want to take a little break. I want to do something different. So this is in the true crime genre, and it's something that true crime is something that I don't necessarily. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Maybe I will switch my entire persona into a true crime YouTuber. Who knows? I doubt it, but we'll see. And behind me is my new apartment. There it is. This is where I'm moving to. Just kidding. But it does have connections to anti-MLM or MLM, LuLaRoe. There is a connection between this house, this murder case, and LuLaRoe. Excuse me. So it's going to be an interesting ride. Okay, so everyone, as a medical medium would say, buckle up. And we still need to do that follow-up. I've been pushing that off because it's like very depressing, that whole thing, and wacky. But maybe at the end of this, we can go back to medical medium for all the people who may be interested in that follow-up, because I have been pushing that off like I shouldn't. Anyways, okay. And also, this also sort of piqued my interest for many different reasons, but one of them was that it involves fentanyl. It's something that we've talked about with Dave Hollis. Not that they're related in any way, but like children's book author, fentanyl, that whole thing just was so close in like different, I don't know, like the elements of this murder case reminded me of what we have just been talking about with Dave Hollis. Not that they have anything to do with each other, but it just was like, okay, something about this is making me continue to look up information about it every day. So let's bring it on the channel and see how it goes. Anyways, for that I say,
I had this awakening in my kitchen.
Oh, thank you so much, Marie Forleo. Also, this is not what the woman we're about to talk about today, Kouri Richins, we're going to talk about. This is something she wouldn't say.
I don't do murder. That is not a thing I do.
And again, as you obviously know, the person we're going to be talking about today, the accused murderer, I suppose, is innocent until proven guilty. So she has not been convicted in a court of law. So all of this is alleged. All of this is based on information that, the news has reported. It's based on documents that I have that I paid for from the Utah court system. And that ain't cheap. I don't know why they charge per page. It's literally digital. Like, they don't have to even spend money on ink or anything. But, it's fine. It's like 20 cents to make a search on this website. And it's actually like a government website. Utah is good at making money, man. That state knows what's up. They are the MLM capital of the world, as we will talk about. But yeah, on the website, you have to pay 20 cents to search. And then it's like 50 cents a page. And I hope it's 15, but I think I saw 50. And then some of the documents are like 52 pages long. And you can't read them until you say, yes, I accept these charges. It's crazy. But anyways, no more complaining. Stop it. Stop. And we'll read some of the documents. There's interesting ones. And we'll watch some news articles, and we'll also watch the accused herself talk and give her, before she was arrested, perspective on what has happened. So let's start from the beginning. Let's go through my Google Doc list here. Let's just watch a news article that will kind of catch us up here. So basically, the players are this woman named Kouri. Stand by. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Author, hold on. We're catching up still here. Let's look. And I think this case, we should also talk about this just for funsies. This case will probably be humongous. It already is sort of big. And why do I think that is? Well, unfortunately, she is a white woman who is very attractive. So therefore, those cases tend to get much more attention in the media. It is what it is. Now, either she was a victim or the perpetrator, alleged perpetrator, that seems to be the case. Now, it's even more so when there's a woman murderer, like a Black Widow type storyline. Those tend to get a lot of attention nationally because they're unique, I guess, in the sense of, I believe statistically most murders occur by men. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that is true. So when there's some anomaly like this, that's why I think it'll get a lot of media coverage as it continues on. So basically, this is Kouri, spelled with a K. Kouri. Hey, Kouri. Richins. And she is a mom of 3, and she's accused of poisoning her husband and killing him, essentially, by giving him fentanyl. And that is horrendous and horrible, and an accusation that I'm assuming she's going to fight in court, I believe. Thank you, Beth Peters. Thank you. Beth Peters says, for your research fund, darn Utah. I know, right?
Are you friggin' bonker pants?
That's what I say about Utah. Are you freaking bonker pants, Utah? Like, what the heck? What are you making me do here?
This is gold, straight up.
Thank you, Craig. One more for Beth. Let's see.
I don't find anything funny.
There you go. Kendra finds none of this funny. Thank you, Beth. Okay. So yeah, and the interesting part too is that she wrote a children's book about grief, and apparently, I don't know where the source of this information came from. We're gonna watch the news report, and they'll say it. So, but where they got the information from, I'm not sure. But she was supposedly writing a second sequel to this grief book that was called like Mom. What was it called? Let me look. She was writing a sequel called Mom, How Far Away is Heaven? So, and I'll show you that book, what it looked like. You can no longer buy it, apparently. But let me know if you find it somewhere. I was going to buy it so I could like read it. It's actually 42 pages, which I thought was a lot, surprisingly. So this is on Google Books, whatever the heck that is. Excuse me. That's her name, Kouri Richins. Has 2 stars. So 4 people said 5 stars and 10 people said 1 star. So therefore, there you go. And it was supposed to be about her kids dealing with grief. That is her her husband passed away, late husband, in the clouds as an angel. And it says, this is what the book was about. Wherever you go, whoever you become, their love remains with you. A heartwarming and reassuring book that gently guides children through the difficult experience of losing a loved one. Written by a loving mother. Okay, so I'm assuming she wrote this for herself, because if you're writing a self-published book, you're probably writing all of your own copy, I would imagine. So she is a loving mother, according to herself, most likely, who personally faced this challenge. This book is designed to offer comfort and solace to young minds in a way that is both accessible and engaging. With vivid and colorful illustrations, Are You With Me? Follows the story of a child who has lost their father, but who is reminded that his presence still exists all around them, just like an angel watching over them. Whether it's playing at the park or simply enjoying a quiet moment at home, the child is comforted by the knowledge that their father is always by their side. As a book that celebrates the resilience of the human spirit, Are You With Me? Is a must-read for any child who has experienced the pain of loss, and for parents who want to provide their children with the emotional support they need to heal and grow. A story of hope, healing, and the unbreakable bond between parent and child. Yeah, so that's what this is billed as. But then, meanwhile, in reality, apparently, according to authorities and deputies, she was the one who caused this man to no longer be with his family, which is depressing AF. Okay, so before we get into the murder, let's stay on this thread of the book. Let's watch the interview. This is the thing that has been not played in its entirety, because I have not seen it played in its entirety yet. I've only seen clips from other news sources, essentially, playing little clips. Now this, though, is the full video. So it's 5 minutes long, and we'll hear from her. Now, this is, again, before she was arrested. I don't know, and I doubt that she even knew she was maybe under investigation at this point. And part of this story gets a little convoluted here and there, because there's like the woman who's accused, the mom, was trying to get into the will and the insurance money. So there's like a disagreement between her and her sister-in-law, so the victim's sister. So there's money stuff. We'll go through those court documents. And then there's the evidence, or what they think the supposed evidence, that shows that she lied to police about her phone activity the night that he died. There's phone activity of her allegedly talking to a drug dealer and receiving these drugs, and which is what he ended up dying from. So it's very, very interesting. So let's start at the beginning. Now, this is the original story where she went on the local Utah, which is Utah ABC 4, which apparently is Utah's first TV station. And she gave her story about, trying to promote the book. So here we go. Here we go. I'll raise it up so you can hear it. Here we go.
No matter if it's a parent, a sibling, or a friend, talking about loss with kids can be a tricky subject.
Joining us now is author of Are You With Me? Kouri Richins, to share her 3 C's to helping kids cope with grief. And Kouri, I want to start with your story. What happened in your personal life?
So my husband passed away unexpectedly last year.
Okay, just so you know, I cannot pause it while it's full screen for some reason, because this website is so great. It's so modern and unique. And that's a theme for all news websites, just FYI, they're all horrible. As someone who used to work to upload articles to news websites, they're really bad. So I'm not surprised. Okay, so this is her talking about her story.
Last year, so it's March 4th was a 1-year anniversary for us, and he was 39. It completely took us all by shock. And we have 3 little boys, 10, 9, and 6. And, my kids and I kind of wrote this book on the different emotions and grieving processes that we've experienced last year, and hoping that it can kind of help other kids deal with this and kind of find happiness some way or another,
And to make sense and process, I'm sure. And I'm
Oh, now it works. I will say, between these three women here on this this casual living room setup, they got interesting hair. We got Kouri with the extreme part. Here you go. She's coming early. She's scared. She doesn't like the thunder. She doesn't like the thunder, huh? What do you want to say? Say something cute. She said, no. B for papas. It's a papa's party. If you've been on TikTok and you like cats, you probably know what I'm talking about. Okay, yeah, this anchor's got interesting hair. She's got like a go-go dancer hairstyle. And then we have like the world's most severe side part. And this woman's just kind of normal. She's got my haircut, so she's the best.
Sure, you felt that going through and trying to explain it and articulate it for you and your boys.
Yes, exactly. And so I've done, I'm new to all of this, so kind of doing, research and reading books and things to try and understand, not only how to grieve as a widow, as a wife, but also, with my kids, how to help them understand what just happened, and
how to hide evidence, how to get insurance claims, that type of research.
What I have kind of found is, as I mentioned, it's kind of the 3 C's is how I visualize it, and it's, connection, continuity, and care. And it's, making sure connection is the major one, and making sure that their spirit is always alive in your home, and memories are always brought up, and doing things that your loved ones love to do, whether it's...
Okay, sorry, I know this is not about this, but local news segments, you gotta step it up. Like, this is horrible. This is a bad interview. Now, it's only interesting because of what happened. But there's one shot. Can we get 2 cameras, please? I guess there is a 2 camera because there was a close-up of her. Can we get a little variety, please? This is a video production comment here. Bad. I need some B-roll, something, please.
Riding bikes are their favorite dinner. And just constantly, talking about them.
And Kouri, do you mention at dinner, here's Dad, or Dad would like this meal, or Dad would, let's bring Dad on a bike ride?
Yeah, exactly.
Let's pour Dad a Moscow Mule. That's a part of the story too. So basically, what she's alleged, now there's some discussion online whether this even makes sense, because it appears that he was sort of accusatory of her as to trying to poison him in the past. So why would he accept a drink from her? But what she told police is that she made him a Moscow Mule and then he died. That was it. That's just a big mystery. And then he had the fentanyl in his system. So it's very interesting.
And it's, explaining to my kid, just because he's not present here with us physically, that doesn't mean his presence isn't here with us, and he's doing these things with us, and he's, here for birthdays, and he's here for Christmas, and, and it's just comforting to them to know that, they're not living this life alone. Like, Dad is still here, it's just in a different way, a different version.
Well, I opened up your book, and one of the first pages I saw is a little boy. It looks like he's standing in a hallway at school, and he's saying, "Are you still here?"
Yes, yeah, and it's, and that was like the first day of school, and, all the nerves that kids face on the first day of school with new, and just hoping, Dad, like, walk with me, like, help me get through today, like, give me the strength to do that.
I need to fix her mic as well. I don't know if she's Mormon. I've heard, obviously she lives in Utah, so that's like a, like read between the lines type of thing. But there's some hesitation as to whether she was, or maybe she formerly was Mormon. I don't know if she's currently a Mormon anymore. Well, even during this interview. So I think someone talks about that at some point, but I am not 100%. I'm actually doubting that she is a Mormon, I believe.
And it has found, it's been a lot of peace for my kids to, to really remember that in the back of their head, that they're never alone, so.
So you actually wrote this book with your children.
I did. Mm-hmm.
And it's only been a year. How did you process and say go from processing death to, I need to write a book and help others?
I just watched the struggle that my kids were going through.
I actually had a lot of preparation before the murder. Before he unexpectedly passed away. So it's fine. It's no big deal. I had the book in draft. It was a draft already before he passed away. And some people will say, a lot of people on Reddit and stuff are saying like her plan was to kill him and then profit from this book. I don't think that's the case. I think this is like almost like I want to look good type thing. I don't think she planned to really, because like as we sort of saw with the Dave Hollis children's book, I don't think he made much money from that. And I think unless you have a huge audience that, you know, is hungry for your anything that you make, I don't think everyone that just makes something like this is profiting a huge amount. And as we will talk about today, she, at least her, when she was married and he was still alive, they were like millionaires. So it's not, I don't know how much of that was liquid, to be fair. But I don't think she was like, oh, this is going to be my big moment. She was already sort of financially successful.
And I actually, I went on Amazon and Barnes & Noble and trying to find something that we could use to cope at nights. Nights are the hardest, it seems like, for everybody when, dealing with anything. But I just wanted some story to read to my kids at night. And I just could not find anything. I couldn't find anything that really, suited them or helped them find comfort and peace. And so, I was like, let's just write one. And so, I took things that my kids have said to me this last year and we kind of articulated it and put it into a story and, just have hopes that it will help other kids.
Grief is not linear, and this sounds like it's a touchstone when you need it to come back to for you and your boys. So the first one you had mentioned was connection of the 3 C's, keeping the person's spirit alive. The second, continuity.
Yes, and that's, just making sure you're trying to stay, as much as you can on routine. And, whether that's sports or pick up and drop off from school or community activities, just trying to stay in a routine as much as possible.
And then the last C is care.
Yes.
What does that mean?
So, on top of just loving your kids and hugging them and kissing them and, extra cuddles and everything, I think it's important that I've learned to really affirm, their feelings. When they're mad or they're sad, it's just that affirmation of, I understand, like, that you are upset, because of this. Like, let's talk about it. And so I think
such a bad
really it's not, it's the emotional and physical touch of it, but really letting your kids understand that why they're feeling the way that they are feeling, and it's okay, and let's deal with it and talk about it.
There's a promotion right now. Get a free copy of the book April 30th and May 1st through Amazon Kindle. You are an amazing woman and mom, and we thank you for being vulnerable and sharing this and touching the lives of others.
Thank you. I really appreciate being here. So,
thank you, Kouri.
Thank you.
What tastes better than Zaxby's?
Anything. A little bizarre now, given the circumstances that, the alleged crime. And so they did a little editor's note on this, just so you know. They did acknowledge that she appeared on the show that interview program 1 month before she was arrested in connection with her husband's murder. At the time of the airing, Good Things Utah and ABC4 had no way to be aware that she was a suspect in that murder. We are leaving this post up as part of our policy of being transparent. We have, however, removed links to purchase her product. To read a transcript of the interview in the context of recent events, click here. Okay. One thing I will say about this news station, and I know I'm like harping on the wrong thing probably, the way that this is written, like, of course you don't think that someone who's like, hey, I wrote a children's book about my husband dying, you don't necessarily think like, oh, this person probably killed him, but you never know. And so the way that this is written, this online story, it's like, Kouri Richins is an incredible mother. That is a very subjective statement. Like, why is she an incredible mother? I don't like that when media outlets who are supposed to be unbiased, even when it's a positive story, say stuff like that. It makes them look idiotic, especially when stuff like this happens. Kouri Richins is an incredible mother who touched our hearts by sharing her personal story of loss. Her husband of 9 years unexpectedly passed away just 1 year ago, leaving behind his wife and their 3 young sons. While learning to navigate grief in a new normal, Kouri and her sons began to write a children's book to help others cope with the loss of a loved one. She tells us she needs the distraction and a way to channel and articulate the family's feelings. The beautiful book, so beautiful, is based around Kouri's 3 C's. Connection, continuity, care. Okay. So, I mean, it's a little thing, but like, this reminded me of when this guy, I think it might have been Utah or Idaho, interviewed Teal Swan. And it was like the same thing. Like she's here, so we're going to just say that she's, a warrior, a brave woman for going through this. It's like, I just think they should stay out of it by giving their, like, it's a beautiful book. She's a loving mother. Like, you don't know that reporter who's met her one time. I don't know. I think that's something that we should all try, at least to be a little better with. Okay, so now let's watch the anchors that we just watched talk about that interview. And then we'll go into the main details. So this is the hosts again. So the 2 that we just watched, now with the information coming out, they're gonna leak the tea about what they felt, during the interview, and if there was any like signs or anything. I guess I haven't watched this, so we'll see if there's anything that's interesting.
And it's been a crazy couple of days around here.
Yeah, the last 48 hours have been interesting.
Lots of national attention focused on our state and also focused right here on Good Things Utah. I was watching your social media last night. I knew you had this interview coming up with Ashley Banfield from News Nation, and you did a great job.
Well, thank you. I think it's really interesting because we have so many people who sit right here, Nisha, every day, and we don't necessarily know their background or what's happening in the last few years of their lives. And so this is Kouri Richins. She came on the show. She wrote in to the station saying, I have a book that could help grieving children who may have suffered a loss. So we brought her on, and she talked about her husband who passed away, and all she said was he died suddenly, unexpectedly, and it was a shock.
Do you remember we sat with her after and we talked for a while, as we sometimes do with guests before they leave? Maybe, we're not in the next segment or we have a break, and we spent a few minutes after. And I remember her saying she thought it was COVID. She thought he had a lung issue, so a complication from COVID. And that was the discussion. Didn't think much about it again until we started to hear from people writing in saying she's a suspect in his case.
And
yeah, so that was part of it. So after they aired that segment, they got some like random anonymous tips, which comes a lot, and not, I don't know, like just because you get anonymous tips to a news station does not mean that they're credible whatsoever. People will call news stations, and I know that because I used to work in one or two, and they'll call and say the craziest stuff. So, that doesn't mean it's fact, but I guess they got a few emails and then a few DMs about Kouri and said, yeah, she's a suspect in this case. Now, they don't know how they were privy to that information. It could be the family of the victim. But yeah, that was the first indication that, something was awry, and they were alerted.
We were just as shocked as everybody else. I wasn't here that day. I did not meet Kouri. But you're right. Saray, you and I came from the news side of broadcasting, and there's this investigative journalism that we do on that side. On this side, it's a lifestyle show. It's a mother who says she's grieving and wrote a book to help her children grieve, and you do the interview with that in mind and that way, with compassion.
Yep.
And then you hear weeks later that she's been arrested for murder, and there was definitely a hush that came over our offices at Good Things Utah.
Yeah, we did have an inkling that this was coming down the pipeline on Monday. And yeah, this happened, again, to give some timeline. This is a search warrant, and the death happened a year ago. So back in April, they searched the house. All the documents were sealed, so no one really knew what was happening and what was found until later.
Do we know when the autopsy was done? Was that done a year ago?
Yeah.
We believe so.
Because the findings are so shocking.
Right, 5 times the amount of fentanyl in his system. So we are still hearing
5 times the lethal amount of fentanyl in his system, which is quite a lot according to, I don't know, experts, I guess. And yeah, so it was a year. So in March of 2022, I believe, is when he passed. And then she just was arrested recently, and she just did this interview not that long ago. So she probably thought she's scot-free, like she's good to go. The cops aren't, arresting her. I don't know how much they were interviewing her or trying to figure out information. There was legal stuff going on, like with the will and who got what. And there was a prenup, which is a whole other thing. And it's like so many like little layers to this. I think this is also why it's an interesting case. Like the victim's ex-wife, I guess they had a contentious divorce, and she ended up dying in a random car accident that was pretty horrific, and she was like only 27. So there's like lots of different things. And then the mother of the victim delivered the prenup to Kouri the day of her wedding, kind of unexpectedly, and said, you have to sign this. And it was because the first wife was like in such a messy divorce. It's very like drama filled, just so we'll get to all that, but that's coming up.
A lot more details that are coming out, but we of course didn't know this interview that happened with this woman a month ago before the charges actually came out.
Something you would never expect. And like you said, all we know is the talking points we have, the message that she wants to portray. So we sit down and we, make each guest hopefully shine their best, and we dive into the conversation. And
so I know you'll get asked this question, because you're doing another interview tonight with Dan Abrams, who's the legal analyst for ABC News. And Ashley Banfield asked you the question. Any inkling at all that what she was saying was not legitimate, that she wasn't actually grieving?
Right, so Ashley Banfield asked that question, did you have any spidey senses? And of course, when you look back after the fact, you're like, well, I wonder if that was interesting. And she didn't show emotion, right? We have so many people who grieve in different ways, they process differently, and who are we to say that's the wrong way to process, right? Yeah. So for me, it was someone who was sharing their story, sharing a tool to possibly help other kids, but we didn't know. I mean, she didn't have any emotion.
There'd be no reason you would suspect anything different at that point.
No, I had no spidey senses. And I agree, people show and express in different ways. And that's not the first guest we've had sit down and talk about something that's hard or painful or loss. And some people get misty-eyed. Some people come in a little more prepared for it, and they can power through and be composed. I did clock that she wasn't necessarily emotional, but I thought, okay, well, it's been a year. Maybe she's just prepared to speak about it. And I did think that it was an interesting choice, what she wore on the air. She was all bundled up in her jacket. Her hair wasn't quite brushed. And I thought, she's still going through it. She's grieving. She's not quite together. So it's expressed.
Her part is severely 7 inches away from where people naturally part their hair for the most part. Yeah. I guess it was a weird kind of like leather jacket, I guess. It just was sort of like a thrown together, not really. I mean, she was wearing like a Spice Girls outfit, to be fair, but yeah, it was a little interesting, I guess, choice.
Seeing it in maybe that way. She's not quite pulled together. But I don't know. Now I have so many questions.
Now you're going back. Now you're rethinking what you thought.
And we're thinking, why did she come on? And was she pretending? And was that a great actress?
She did contact us.
Right.
She did reach out to us.
Her. She actually wrote into the station saying, can I promote my book?
Now eerie to see this couch and that video being aired across the country.
Yeah, so there's your answer. She asked to be on the show, which I find to be very shocking. And she's either very bold, if she knew she was under investigation at that point, and I haven't we can read a bunch of stuff and watch some stuff more, but I have not come across that she was aware that she was under investigation, at least in a serious way, at this time. But the timing is bizarre. So a month, it's been a year since the alleged murder, and then all of a sudden she has this book. She wants to promote it on the local news station, maybe to like garner some support in advance, perhaps, if she knew she was gonna potentially be arrested, or maybe it was just coincidence. I mean, it's hard to say. And Buttercup, thank you. Cheers to 8 months of choosing sadness. Woo! Hold on. Oops, not Zoom. Why do I always do that? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I always be doing that, Oh my God. Bring it back. Okay, let me click away for 7 hours to get my... Life is so hard, guys. I'm in the hard right now. I'm just trying to open my Google and I can't. Oh my gosh. Hold on, everybody. Again, I'm in the hard. I'm clicking. How do I do it? And then it'll pop up again in like a minute and I will be like, well, I don't need it now. There it is. Okay, got it. Sorry. Technical difficulties, am I right? Okay, we're almost done with this.
Free on stations everywhere and national television.
Welcome,
because
Katie.
that is the video that they're all asking for and they're using, because it is so shocking that she came on local television just 3 weeks before her arrest.
Yeah,
Well,
and
and-
so many people, I'm sure you're hearing this too, messaging and DMing and sending links and asking questions. And they're saying, did you know you're in this clip that's on Inside Edition or all these shows? And I'm like, yes, it's crazy. We know. We're still figuring it all out too.
Well, it's just interesting too when you thumb through the children's book. That is the image of her husband and her child, and they said they wrote the book together, the mom and the 3 kids, 10, 9, and 6. And that's where my heart is that these kids now are going through something so tragic, and they might not even understand what's to unfold.
And they won't have parents. The dad is gone. Who knows what will happen with her, what her fate
Been
will
charged
be.
at this point.
Right.
She's just been charged, but she is being held without bond.
Calm down, leopard print lady or zebra print girly. She's just charged, okay? That got shut down quickly.
And the investigation continues. And that interview tonight, I'm sure this will not be the last, you two, of being asked again. What was that like? That airs with Dan Abrams probably tomorrow.
I think
And you're shooting.
It might be tonight.
Does it
Yeah.
air on his show tonight on
Yeah.
News Nation? And then you two. Okay, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
What
a quick
time.
turnaround.
Yeah.
And her hearing, by the way, a detention hearing next Friday. So
Okay.
we'll see
Very
what happens.
Surreal.
That's all she wrote. Okay. Speaking of, this is sort of off topic a tiny bit, but in the vein of, do people who commit heinous crimes go on local TV? Yes, they do. Here's Chris Watts. He has been convicted. He has been found guilty. I think he pled guilty, if I remember correctly. And he was convicted of killing his 2 daughters and his wife in Colorado in a seemingly purposeless way to have a girlfriend or something. This is a super famous case. I'm sure you know about it. This is the day before his arrest, it says, and he spoke to 9 News, the NBC affiliate out in Denver, I believe, Colorado. And this is a raw. So let's just to get the same gist. Now, this is someone, again, who has been convicted and has admitted that he has done this crime. How did he sound to the news? Like, it's not that if they're innocent, they will talk to the news, and if they're guilty, they'll hide. That's not necessarily, actually, I don't think that's ever been the case. Some people who are just like, I don't know, like, just think that they can fool everybody. They have no qualms about it, so it seems.
Important thing, like, I'm not sure, I'll just wait for you to ask a question, but like, I want them, wherever they're at, like, I have no inclination of where they're at right now. Like, I've exhausted like every friend.
Inkling and inclination. I wonder if that's like a buzzword for people involved in crimes. Can you hear it? It's like super low, but.
That I know of, and every friend that I have has called friends that Shanann has that maybe I didn't know about. And it's just like, it's vanished. Like, she's not, like, when I got home yesterday, it was like a ghost town. Like, she wasn't here. Kids weren't here. I have no idea like where they went. And it's just earth-shattering.
Oh, yeah, good point. Pregnant. She was also pregnant. I forgot about that. Yeah. So really it was 2 kids, a future child, and his wife. Thank you. I forgot about that.
I don't feel like this is even real right now. It's like a nightmare that I just can't wake up from.
There's a bug.
Chris, when did you learn that they weren't here?
Like I had texted her a few times, called her, I didn't get a response, which that was a little off. And then her friend Nicole showed up about a little afternoon. I could see it on the doorbell camera. And I was like, hey, what's going on? She's like, I can't get a hold of Shanann. And that's when I was just like, all right, something's not right. If she's not answering the door, and she said the car was here, it's like, I gotta go home. And we got here, got inside, and nobody was here. Nothing.
And so I read that Shanann hadn't taken the girls to school, which was unusual.
Yeah, because like Bella was gonna start kindergarten next Monday, and they were just getting ready to start back again.
And so your friend Nicole kind of tipped you off that something is...
Yeah, because like she was here at the front door, and that's when I kind of knew, okay, like if she's not answering anybody else either, this isn't like her, because I mean she works at direct sales business, and that's what she does. And for her not to respond to any of her people, I mean, if she doesn't respond to me, that's fine. I mean, like, she's busy, she's got stuff going on, but not to respond to her people, though, that was not like her.
Chris,
We don't have to watch the whole thing, but yeah, he seems to be totally composed, totally fine with talking about what happened and what, well, obviously didn't actually happen, but yeah, he's answering all the questions. He's sitting there, he's not sweating, he's just kind of answering the questions, no big deal. Like, obviously he doesn't have to go on TV, but he's choosing to try to, I guess, portray like, well, why would I not go on TV? I want to find my wife and my kids. And then meanwhile, he gets arrested the next day. Okay. So that was just something that I had in mind because I remember that was part of his story. Let's watch the full kind of recap video and then we'll break it out from there. So children's book author accused of killing husband. Here we go. This is from Inside Edition.
A stunning turn of events for an author who wrote a children's book about the loss of her husband. The comments on Amazon praised her for helping other families handle grief. Well, now she is under arrest, charged with murdering the husband she paid tribute to in that book. Here's Ann Mercogliano.
This mother of three was celebrated for a children's book she wrote about grief after her husband died.
He was 39. It completely took us all by shock.
But now a bombshell new chapter. She's accused of murdering him. Kouri Richins told authorities she found her 39-year-old husband, Eric, cold to the touch on the floor in their bedroom. The newly widowed mom posted this tribute video to her husband on Facebook. "Life is just so damn hard without you here," she writes. Then she published this book teaching kids how to deal.
That's sort of like part of this whole thing too, is like the social media aspect. Like, okay, if you've killed your husband, I guess, hypothetically, you have to sort of act like the widow that is grieving. So, okay, you're going to write a love song, poem to him on Facebook so everyone can see. But in reality, it's like, that is performative in a way. Of course, like if you truly are, going through something that's so hard, like if you want to post something, but like it's become the standard now. So it's almost like it's just another way to deceive people. Like, oh, well, here's my sad video of my husband. Oh, here's the book I wrote about grief. It's almost like, I don't know, like commercializing it or projecting it out, externalizing this trauma. And when it comes out to be like they're actually lying about it, it just feels so, I don't know what the word is. It's not like I guess it's like I've been ripped off, in some way, or it's like deceptive, so deceptive, because it's like, oh, you watched other people and you modeled what they would do to try to appear like you're a sympathetic person. And it's like, that's what everyone's doing at all times in like little ways. And these are the big ways. But like, what's the point of social media? Like we're all just lying all the time. And these people are lying the most. Anyways.
Deal with grief. She titled it, "Are You With Me?" It features an image of her smiling husband in the clouds with angel wings and a halo.
God.
It's dedicated to my amazing husband and a wonderful father.
Dad is still here. It's just in a different way.
33-year-old Richins was interviewed about her book by KTVX in Salt Lake City.
My kids and I kind of wrote this book on the different emotions and grieving processes that we've experienced.
Her book gets 5-star reviews on Amazon. Very well written and from the heart. Thank you, Kouri, for writing a book that helps young minds understand that spirits of our loved ones are around us always. But in a stunning development, Kouri Richins was just arrested in her husband's death. Authorities say they found 5 times the lethal dose of fentanyl in his body. She allegedly asked an acquaintance for pills so strong she called it the Michael Jackson stuff. Court documents say 3 weeks before he died, Eric Richins had gotten very ill after a Valentine's Day dinner with his wife. Eric told a friend that he thought his wife was trying to poison him, the documents say.
He was 39. It completely took us all by shock.
That's a big debate as well online if you're looking up this case. Why would he stay with her? Because there was a trip to Greece where he thought that she was trying to poison him. There was another time she made him like a sandwich and he had to take an EpiPen and, revive himself essentially. And he thought, I guess he had told his family, like, if anything happens to me, it's her. And it's very interesting. And not that this is, well, I guess maybe it is a part. I went on Facebook and I believe it is his Facebook page. And seems to be a very avid hunter. Every post he made was about hunting moose, hunting deer, hunting like exotic animals, it looked like. So I would imagine that's a family that has firearms in the house. So it's not like he's a person that, well, I guess, I don't know. It's hard to say. I just think like he wasn't someone who didn't have any protection against, an attack or something. So the fact that he was believing that he was being poisoned by his wife, but still remained in the house, it is very odd. And I sort of would like to talk to somebody about that, like an expert that would know kind of like, maybe it was a victim thing. Like you don't really believe it because it's like, I must be just making it up. Or you think of yourself as a strong man who's got a gun in the house. Like, I could protect myself, but it's interesting. I don't know. It's sort of just something I thought about while looking at this stuff. Okay. Let's look at the obituary. Now, this is another part. I have not read it yet, but a lot of people were saying that the wife, so Kouri, had most likely written this obituary for when Eric died. And he died on March 4th, 2022. And again, she was arrested in like May of 2023. Okay, so this is what it says. And so the reason why people think that she wrote this is because it talks about like, oh, my wonderful wife, and sort of makes it seem like he was taking these drugs because he was unhappy with his life. Now that was the summary I saw before I clicked into it. Okay, so it says, Eric Eugene Richins made his last extravagant and largely unexpected gesture on March 4th, 2022, signing off on a life, in his own words, lived to the fullest and with few regrets. Now, isn't that a very bizarre obituary? I don't know. I don't read many obituaries, but especially when someone dies of a drug overdose, which is obviously going to, fentanyl is going to show up in a toxicology report. So there's no fooling anyone really that wants that information. His last extravagant and largely unexpected gesture was his death. Very bizarre. Signing off on a life, in his own words, lived to the fullest and with few regrets. I just find that to be a very weird way to commemorate a loved one. God certainly perfected the mold when Eric was born to Gene and Linda Carter Richins on May 13th, 1982 in Bountiful, Utah. Eric's world revolved around his family, his love for hunting, the family cattle ranch, and his insane drive as a successful entrepreneur. Insane drive is also sort of a backhanded compliment, in my opinion. If someone called me insanely driven, I'd be like, what do you mean? Like I'm over the top? I'm like, can't sleep, can't eat. I gotta work. Okay, and here's another part. So he comes from a family that's pretty well known, I guess, in Utah and has a cattle ranch, seems financially successful. Again, his business was very financially successful. So this almost seems like a wink wink to that, almost like spoiled boy kind of vibe that I get. Being born into the Richins legacy shaped Eric's formative years and resulted in a lifetime of hard work, dedication, and fierce loyalty. Being the eldest was a dubious task, but he was up for the challenge and led and loved his sisters fiercely. Again, like, I don't know. This just reads very bizarre to me, this whole thing. Like, you loved your sisters fiercely loved your sisters, but being an eldest son was a dubious task? I don't know. At an early age, Eric learned the joys of keeping horses and cows around. He spent countless hours helping his dad work the ranch, hauling hay, feeding the animals, and mending fences. He loved his family unconditionally and was a devoted son, brother, and uncle. Eric was a family man who always strove to be the absolute best father and husband. He was an attentive and loving father to his 3 sons, Carter, Ashton, and Weston, and a devoted husband to the love of his life and wife of 9 years, Kouri Richins. Okay, that's why it was suspected that she wrote this, because the family at this point sort of was against her, apparently. Eric did absolutely everything in his power to provide his family with every possible opportunity to learn, grow, and have fun. Okay. Sounds like I'm trying to say something nice about someone I don't like. Growing up, Eric was a serious athlete and loved all sports, whether it was watching them or playing them. He was involved in cross country, basketball, baseball, and soccer. He was also the coach or assistant coach on all his boys' teams. He spent countless hours coaching and teaching the boys to play aggressive and give it their all. Also another backhanded compliment, in my opinion. Eric truly cared about every single child he coached and wanted the absolute best for all of them. Eric was an avid outdoorsman and dedicated hunter. He was an excellent archer and marksman and had multiple trophy animals from all around the world, including Africa, Mexico, Canada, and the United States. There was never a dull moment when you were around Eric, whether it be him showing up to a family dinner with no... Okay, here's a weird part. Ready? Okay, and again, I did not read this in full, but I read the comments from people who read it. So that's why I'm sort of like, oh yeah, that's what the comment said. There was never a dull... Okay, and remember, this is this man's obituary. This is what, is written about you for the newspaper, for people of your entire family, all your friends, everything, to read about you in your life and your legacy and what you've done in your life. This is what was chosen, I guess, I'm assuming, allegedly, by his wife, right? Whether it be him showing up to a family dinner with no socks or sleeves on his shirt because he had to make an emergency bathroom stop along the way, or his calling to tell you he rolled the four-wheeler for the umpteenth time, is stuck and needs you to come get him. Huh? Like, what are you talking about? Like, he had to go to the bathroom, so he ripped his sleeves off of his shirt? Like, why would you share that? Unless it's some sort of inside funny joke of the family, I'm very confused. And it seems like I'm annoyed. I'm going to write all the things that piss me off. Like, you crashed your ATV for the umpteenth time and call me to come pick you up again? What a funny guy. It's like very weird. Eric loved to have fun and was always the life of the party. He owned almost every motorized toy possible, from four-wheelers and side-by-sides to trucks and snowmobiles. Because of this, he of course holds the Richins family record for most rolls and collisions of motorized vehicles, as well as most stitches received from a single incident, 200 on his face to be exact. Again, it's like, she's trying to almost like, and again, I don't know if she wrote this. There's no signature, I don't believe, at the end of this. But it's almost like setting it up like he could have brain damage. That could be why he's rolled this thing so many times. That could be why he took fentanyl on accident. That could be why he took, 5 times the lethal dose on accident. Like, there's almost like a built-in kind of, here's what was going on in his life. Oh, he might have pain. He rolled this 25 times. Maybe he was looking for pain relief. I don't know. That's kind of where because this is bizarro world. He had stitches. Oh, he might have needed pain medicine, like maybe he had a drug habit that no one knew about. And of course that's possible, but she's going to have to prove that in court. Eric was a member of, here it is. Eric was a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, so Mormons, right? That's true, right? Mormons? Yes. Okay. He served a 2-year mission in Mexico City where he learned to speak Spanish fluently. He received a bachelor's degree from the University of Utah in international studies with a minor in Spanish. Together, Eric's mission and his education truly shaped his business acumen. So I guess they were Mormon. I don't know where I saw that she wasn't. He had the perfect combination of business sense and foresight. He built a very successful masonry business from the ground up and helped many friends do the same. He had a special ability to build close relationships with everyone he worked with, which really allowed his business to thrive. Eric loved every aspect of his job, but most of all, he loved the people he worked for and those he worked with. Okay, that's sort of nice, I suppose. That's like the nicest paragraph so far. Eric faithfully supported organizations that he truly believed in. He never was one that wanted recognition or accolades. He did most things anonymously and without recognition. Okay. Eric was a true champion of all people. It did not matter if you were an employee, family, friend, or the next random person walking down the street. If you needed anything, you could count on him. He truly cared about each person he met. He was always trying to help people find better situations in work and in life. Eric made sure to set time aside to do what he loved most and made sure that everyone around him did the same. Okay, I guess that's nice too. Very weird, though, the way it's written. Like, he cared about everyone. He was busy dealing with many, many people. Maybe he made an enemy along the way. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out, like, what's the point of the way this is written, because it's so weird. Eric loved fully, laughed loudly, and lived life with reckless abandon. He enjoyed great adventures to far-off places, but also cherished the small and finer things in life, like his Under Armour sweatsuits and spending time with his family and friends. No obstacle was too great for Rico. He simply viewed each one as a challenge. No peaks were too high, and the next adventure was always just around the next bend. Words can't describe the loneliness and loss that is felt in every heart that was lucky enough to know him. We all need to learn from Eric's example and be sure to make the time to have fun and do what we love. Thank you, Rico, for being such an inspiration and role model for us all. We love you, Eric, with all our hearts and more. And it says, Eric is preceded in death by his amazing mother, Linda, his paternal grandparents, and maternal grandfather. He is survived by his 3 incredible sons, his wife, his father, and his sisters, and maternal grandmother. He is also survived by a multitude of aunts, uncles, cousins, and friends. Okay. And then he was, the service was at a Mormon chapel. So, okay. And then people wrote different things. Yeah, this seems to be from back then, so I don't see anything that would be like murderer, obviously, I would imagine. So very weird, right? I'm not the only one that thinks that was like a weird send-off, right? Like, he's kooky and wears, he cut his sleeves off because he had a bathroom emergency. Like, what? What the heck? Like, I don't know. That just seemed a little bizarro world to me. Okay, so now we looked at the book. We looked at the obituary. Now let's go through some of the court documents. How about that? We also got to talk about the house, which is what I am in front of. Actually, let's look at the house for a second. This house is part of this. Now, there's an accusation that she signed a contract on this house, which is like a $2 million house. It is weird as hell. I have the Zillow listing. We can talk about it. But this is sort of like where a lot of these kind of accusations are sort of surrounding. Now, this apparently, I believe this house, if not another house, because she was in a house flipping / real estate business role. It's not quite clear what she did exactly, but apparently she did something in real estate, and that's where she was allegedly communicating with her dealer, her drug dealer, to receive the fentanyl pills. It was like, hey, I'll leave money in this house, go get it and leave the pills for me, according to documents. And then this house apparently was something that he did not want to invest in, and she did it anyways, is sort of the accusation. And they held a party like the day after he died, let's get into the details. I don't want, this is just my recollection of all these things. But okay, I'll show you the house. So you see it behind me. It's humongous. It's a beautiful view. You got two houses. You got this house and this house. They're all the same thing. Like you buy both together. So the Mormon question, he was Mormon. I saw on like some threads that people were like, oh no, she's not Mormon, but I'm assuming they both are if he was in the church. So I think that's the answer there. Okay, so this is a $3.75 million home, unfinished. I don't know how much she bought it for. I think they said $2 million, but maybe she got a deal on it. Okay, here it is. It's a little closer up view. Okay, all right. Interesting, right? Okay. Yeah, big, huge property, as you can see. Not finished, not livable at this point. Looks like a barn, perhaps, or could be a church. Church if you want it to be. But look at that view. Look at that mountain. Oh my God, like beautiful. And it looks like it's been a little bit, like see the windows have been knocked out over here. So it looks like maybe, this has been vandalized since maybe the news has come out about what's gone on here. I saw one report. It was a guy they talked to, like sort of what this, I think the local news there, this is like the biggest story they probably had in that town in a while in Utah. So they're like, okay, they're trying to get every angle on it. They talked to a real estate expert and they're like, do you think that this house will sell now? Or do you think the house will go up in price or down in price? He's like, well, it depends. If someone's really interested in the case, it could go up in price. If someone doesn't want to live in a house that's, shrouded in murder conspiracies, then it'll go down. It's like, well, yeah, duh. I could have told you that. You don't have to talk to a real estate expert for that. But here's the house again. Look at that view. And you see graffiti over here. Holy schmoly. If you're a mountain mama, this is the house for you. I'm like selling this house. And over here you see the work of Banksy. This is one of a kind artwork. I mean, that is pretty cool. Beautiful. Get your own bridge to nowhere. And then this is this might be the second house. There's like two houses. There you go. On that property. Wow. You could have a sister wife in that house. You could have one whole family and then a whole nother family. Okay, and this one I guess is more done. They actually have some paint, some colors. There you go. What a steal. I mean, it's still available. A little beat up. And I'll read the description too of what was included in this monstrosity. Now, this is, I guess, part of it because you're like, okay, what is the point of this house? It just shows kind of like the amount of money that was on the line for her. And it turns out, according to court documents, that, because of his suspicions about his wife trying to poison him in the past, that he actually switched his insurance, beneficiary to his sister while he was still alive without telling her. And also, like I said, they signed a prenup at the wedding. So she was sort of gonna get nothing. And if he was to divorce her, she would get nothing, presumably, but child support, perhaps. I'm not an expert on this stuff, but that's what it seems like. So she had a lot to gain. I think that's what the prosecution is going to try to prove, that there was a lot of monetary value that she could get if she didn't know, by the way, also I said that, but she didn't know that she was taken off the insurance. So in her mind, if the prenup read, I believe, if he dies, she does get everything. If they divorce, she gets nothing. Or less. Okay, so this is 9.75 acres, okay? You can finish an already framed architectural masterpiece complete with butler's pantry, office, swimming pool, therapy pool, exercise room, golf simulator, multi-purpose indoor volleyball court, climbing rock wall, 2 common rooms, 2 kitchens, and even a room dedicated for virtual reality experiences. Enjoy covered patios with breathtaking, unobstructed mountain views. The 8 bedrooms plus office have adjoining bathrooms and can sleep up to 60 people for your family reunions, church gatherings, etc. This property also includes an additional 3,300 square foot 4 bed, 3 bath guest caretaker's home, framed and sheetrocked, sitting on Midway Lane and next to the world-class Provo River, home of blue ribbon fly fishing. You'll be within walking distance of Midway's famous Main Street and minutes away from Jordanelle Gondola of Deer Valley, the forthcoming Mayflower Mountain Resort, 5 renowned public golf courses, skiing, reservoirs, and miles upon miles of maintained trails for running, hiking, biking. Drive a bit farther and you can snowmobile for any distance. Visit downtown Park City and enjoy Salt Lake City. See what this bedroom community has to offer and discover why everyone who visits wants to stay. So there you go. That's the house. Okay, now, how does LuLaRoe get involved? How does it relate to this? What does that have to do with anything? Well, that house was owned by one of LuLaRoe's top MLM upline couples, allegedly. Let's see where that is. Here is that article. And apparently people thought this ugly house, which is huge, but I guess unfinished is fairly ugly, was an eyesore. It says the grand home, Kouri Richins' unfinished Midway mansion, could have a buyer. Okay. Is this the one that, I don't think this is the one that actually has the information about the previous owner, but we'll get to that. This is what the house is supposed to look like, by the way. Okay, I'm going to pause that. I don't know if I'm allowed to show that or play that. So this is what they were conceptualizing the house to be when it's done. So there you go. This is what it could have been. I guess that's a pool, indoor pool, hot tub. I mean, again, this just kind of shows the amount of money that was on the line and why I thought the children's book sales were inconsequential. That was sort of an ego thing or some sort of trying to appeal to the public to make them feel like she's innocent or something. Okay, let's go inside, guys. Let's go inside. This is a Mozart, right? If so, I think I can play it. Wow, this is quite the 3D model. They got TVs and books and working fans. And again, I don't think she was trying to flip the house, I suppose. She was trying to flip the house to sell it, but they're a family of 5, all of them, 3 kids and mom and dad. This is way too big for them, right? That is not even an option. It sleeps 60 people. So, I don't know. I'm sort of on about let's not buy this house. So, okay. This is sort of bedroom. Interesting thing that's playing on was that Jason Derulo? What the hell? Why? Why would they choose that music video? Jason Derulo loves Utah's McMansions. Look at that. That is him, right? Jason Derulo. Watch it be like the Ronald McDonald artwork that's just part of everything now. Weird, right? Okay, so there's the weird kitchen. Okay, wait, hold on. This is what I want. Mother Teresa to look over us while we swim. That's always good. No, that's not Mother Teresa. I don't mean Mother Teresa. I didn't mean that. I meant Mary. Right? I'm a bad Catholic, former Catholic, child raised Catholic. I don't know anything. Mother Teresa. I'm a dum-dum. I'm sorry. Alaska Blood Tundra, thank you. Thank you so much. Hold on, we'll just mute it. We'll keep playing it. Thank you for that those 10 gifted memberships. We're getting close to our goal. Okay, now that means we have 24 more to get to an emote. The problem is, and I hate it, and I want YouTube to change it, that if people leave, so from last month, if people don't renew it, then it goes back down. You have to like reach back up to the precipice of the amount of members. So we got to figure out how to like game the system and get a bunch of members on one day, and then people can, take the month off if they need to. But thank you, Alaska Blood Tundra. You're always coming in clutch. I'll say this to you.
Do you see things the way I do, or do you see them wrongly?
Do you see things the way she does, or do you see them wrongly?
Make sure you have a lot of bubble bath.
Make sure you have a lot of bubble bath in your 12-bedroom estate.
I think James Cameron should win the Nobel Peace Prize.
Oh, okay. Same. Heidi, what do you have to say?
I've been an alpha female.
Oh, that's good to know. What else?
They're going to be dropping some really powerful, amazing, life-changing shiz.
True. Okay, so there's thank you again, Alaska Blue Tundra, as per usual. Thank you so much. Here's your indoor volleyball court / basketball court / living room nook / poker tables. This is so weird. Who would want this? This is like, oh, and there's a rock wall. I could see this working for like Nexium. Like Keith Raniere would be like, God, finally, we got our own volleyball court in the compound. Other than that, I don't know who's playing volleyball that much. So yeah. Oh, what's that on TV? That's the children's room. You really need bunk beds in a house with 500 bedrooms? Again, Jason Derulo. They love Jason Derulo in Utah, apparently. That's so bizarre. The more Jason Derulo? Is that you, Jason? Why are you always on every TV? This family is obsessed. Oh, this is the VR experience room. What the hell? Like, what is this? Okay, ping pong room. They got stairs. Okay, cool. So there you go. That's the tour. That was made from Fiverr. I can tell. Jason Derulo. Okay, so that house was originally purchased, allegedly, by who are they? Let's see. Hold on. Sorry. LuLaRoe people. And if you're familiar with the LuLaRoe people, this is Life Kim style. Kim Kiefer Roy Lance is who is the one part of that. Do you guys know who that is? Apparently they are like one of the top sellers of LuLaRoe and are Utah famous. Here's her boutique. Here it is, Kim Roy Lance. And it's Doug Roy Lance, so I guess who is the official homeowner on the deed, I believe, before. And they love LuLaRoe. And apparently you can still buy LuLaRoe. Who knew? I guess it's still a business somewhere to somebody. Let me get that thing again. Let's see. Highlight this. Okay. Let's look at the house. Here's a news report about the house specifically and sort of the issues going along with it.
Again, well, now to the local children's book author and mother accused of killing her husband. We're learning more about the mansion the couple closed on just after Kouri Richins' untimely passing. ABC4's Elena Castro joining us live from Wasatch County, where the house remains unfinished at this point. Elena.
Behind me stands that house that was closed on. According to court documents, the night Eric died, Kouri says she told police that they were celebrating the closure of a home that she had purchased for her business. She was wanting to flip the house. She says she made Eric a drink, went to go put the kids in bed, and when she came back, she says that's when she found Eric dead.
Okay, that was a little complicated. But basically, so what this reporter is claiming is that, and I think I read that in the document as well, is that the night he was killed, that she had signed the paperwork, even though he was against it. That was sort of the vibe from the family, saying that he did not want to buy this crazy house. But somehow, according to her, that they changed their mind. They were going to buy it. They did buy it. They signed on it. And to celebrate is when she gave him the Moscow Mule to drink. And that is what allegedly had the fentanyl in it. So because of this house, that is sort of how they got to the outcome.
We know that Eric died of a fentanyl overdose. It's here at this house in Midway where those illicit drug transactions took place between Kouri and her dealer. The dealer telling police she left the pills at the Midway house. The house is nearly 20,000 square foot mansion. It boasts 8 bedrooms, 6 bathrooms, and a half bath, and a 3,000 square foot guest house, all on an 8-acre lot. We know that 2 weeks after the death of her husband, Kouri placed the house back on the market, and now a year later, at an asking price of $3.7 million, it seems the house may have a new buyer. We'll be following this story. Reporting live in Midway, Elena Castro, ABC.
Okay, so it does make sense. So she bought it for $2 million and then put it back on the market for like 3 point whatever, probably just because of the market going crazy, most likely, and her trying to offload this home.
C4 News.
That was kind of not the best news story. No offense. It's a little bit hard to hear the traffic in the background. Yeah, so interesting. That is sort of a big part of this story. Here is another one.
Thank you.
Another news report. This is, again, the ABC affiliate out in Utah. This is a personal story. I almost took a job when I was 22 years old in Idaho Falls, Idaho, as a news reporter. And I didn't end up taking it because the George Zimmerman case was starting, and I was on the team that was like not reporting on it, but I was writing a lot of stuff locally. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to stay and do this. I can go to Idaho in a year, or I can go to Idaho Falls after the case is over. And I never did. So there you go. Great story. Thanks for that information. Okay, here we go.
Thank you. In Midway, the future of the home that cost millions of dollars and is in the limelight of a murder investigation that grabbed the national attention, now left with an unknown future.
Yes, ABC4's Annika Johns joining us live from near the mansion with what's the next course of action may be taken on that home. Annika?
The unfinished home behind me is said to come with a swimming pool, an indoor volleyball court, a golf course, exercise room, 8 bedrooms and 2 kitchens, and much more. But now the unfinished home has an unknown future, and leaving those who are interested in purchasing it with a big decision to make. Next to State Route 113, the 3,600 square foot unfinished mansion that's sitting on nearly 10 acres of land is drawing attention, but not because of its size and price tag. The home belongs to Kouri Richins, the Utah children's author who has been charged with her husband Eric's murder. The home cost Richins and her husband $2 million and was at the heart of a disagreement between the couple in 2022. The search warrant for Richins' arrest says that Eric was planning on telling his wife that they weren't going to buy the home. However, the day after Eric's death, police report that she signed the closing papers on the $2 million mansion. 2 weeks.
So I guess the story, it's sort of confusing because one report says one thing and the other one says the other. But I guess maybe like she told the police that she signed the day before he died, but in actuality she signed it after he was dead, so that, maybe he was saying, no, you are not going to do this. I do not approve of this. And because he was then dead, she now has full authority to do whatever she wants, perhaps. So maybe there's a discrepancy there about the truth and what she was telling, cops at the time.
Weeks after Eric's death, Richins then placed the home back on the market for over $3 million. Officials say that the home was the location for several drug purchases by Richins, where she left hundreds of dollars at the home in exchange for prescription pain medication and later fentanyl. KPCW reports that the real estate agent for the Midway home has been its agent since March 2022 and confirmed that the mansion is now under a contract. A due diligence meeting was scheduled for today with the buyer to decide what next course of action they will be taking. We've reached out to that real estate agent for an update, but have yet to hear back.
So we hear nothing, and we have nothing more to report. Okay, got it. So it's part of the story because it's the place where they, allegedly, got the drugs, and also the LuLaRoe connection. Here's where I found that in this article. It says in 2017, Doug Roylance, again, him and his wife Kim are the LuLaRoe, head honchos, not the owners, but they are like distributors who apparently make a lot of money. They started building the house there, and they intended to use it as a communal space for rent and usage. It had been initially valued at $7.6 million, and he was going to build it with all this crap in it. And then 2 years later in 2019, it paused, paperwork mounting, and the sheriff's department confirmed that an unintended death occurred on the site in September. So someone else died at this property in 2019. That was unintended. So this house is creepy. Okay, there's like at least 2 different cases about death. So I don't know, haunted maybe, perhaps. Okay, and then it says, since Roylance never meant for the property to be his primary residence, he lost interest in the project, and by the end of 2019, all work had stopped. And some people had sort of speculated that it was because like LuLaRoe was sort of on the outs at that time, and maybe they were not making as many sales as possible or as they were before and couldn't afford to refurbish it and do it all. But I don't know. That's just speculation. So the couple then eventually put the unfinished mansion on the market and relocated to Guatemala, where they operate a philanthropic organization. And then the property was purchased by Heber Valley, by a young couple after spending 2 years in the market, and that is Richins. Okay, it says the couple had intended to finish construction and move into the home until the husband unexpectedly passed away shortly after closing the sale of the property. Understandably, the current owner, now widowed, has been preoccupied for obvious reasons and has not resumed construction. Since relisted the home, Richins Realty LLC is the seller, was asking for $4.75 million. Okay, so again, this article is sort of giving her like all of this praise and like, obviously she is busy dealing with this, so no, we should not judge her. So obviously, and this is just like a local blog about real estate, so it seems, but interesting that someone else had died there too, unrelated to the Kouri or Eric in 2019. Just something to think about while you try to go to sleep tonight. Okay. Now let's talk about more of the details of the case. Let's get into the nitty-gritty here. All right. Are we ready for that? Let's watch. Actually, let's read. I like to read a little bit. Sometimes you get more information. Okay. So this one talks a little bit about why he may have stayed in the relationship, some of the speculation there. I said, this is from the Salt Lake City Tribune, so the local, so it seems, newspaper there. Why can I scroll over to the side? I don't want the ads to be giant. Oh, well. Here, I'll move myself. How about that? Yay! That makes sense. Okay. Eric Richins, whose wife is accused of killing him, hoped to keep his family together, spokesperson says. Utah author Kouri Richins is suspected of killing him after the two argued over a $2 million real estate deal. Okay, so just says that Eric was an avid outdoorsman, an entrepreneur. Okay, and his attorney, the attorney for the family, says he hoped to keep his family together. He hoped to keep his boys in a nuclear family, and he hoped that things would work out. And he was very much in love with his wife, the lawyer said, even though it became fairly obvious that she was trying to undermine him professionally, and he at least suspected that she was trying to kill him at one point. Again, it's sort of surprising, and it's not to victim blame him, but it's shocking that, you'd think that someone's trying to kill you, and yet you're still able to kind of like maintain a relationship. I just find it like, wow, people are dealing with crazy stuff, man. Originally from Bountiful, Richins went to Woods Cross High School before graduating from the University of Utah. The university declined to comment, but confirmed he received a bachelor's degree in 2011. Okay, who cares? 2 years prior, he had started a masonry business called C&E Stone Masonry. Okay, now I did have that link. It's a very old looking website. Sort of like, you know, fairly basic home affiliated website. It says Cody and Eric, they have their phone numbers on there, so don't call it. And some of their stone work. But apparently, so him and his business partner shared 50%, I believe, of the business, and his stake in it was $2.5 million, according to documents. So that is quite a successful business. And, you know, it is in the same vein of his wife, Kouri, who was in real estate. And I guess, like I said, his parents had some sort of successful ranch. So it seems like things were going well, minus his wife trying to kill him, allegedly. Okay. The letters of the company's name corresponded to their own initials. Okay, the pair focus on intricate outdoor stonework, pavers and tile work in high-end homes. Richins and Wright purchased mutual life. Okay, here's the important part. Richins, who is Eric, the victim, and Wright, his business partner, purchased mutual life insurance policies on each other, the petition states. The lawyer said, this is common practice when two people go into business together. It gives you the funds to buy the other party out if they die. The friend/business partner did not want to speak to the newspaper. Okay, there she is. Almost looks like she's a nurse, but she's not a nurse that I know of. On June 15, 2013, Eric married Kouri in the backyard of their Camas home, and they eventually had 3 sons. But by at least 2016, she was stealing money from him, the petition in the probate case alleges. In order to afford to flip houses and address her ongoing financial woes, the petition alleges she began taking money from his bank accounts as well as running up debts on credit cards in his name without his knowledge. Okay, again, since 2016, allegedly this has gone on. They got married in 2013 and he died in 2022. So that is interesting. And it's about to pop up, excuse me. Good Spider, Bad Spider, thank you so much. Good Spider, Bad Spider says, a LuLaRoe reference and a haunted house reference. This is gold straight up. This is terrifying straight up.
This is gold straight up.
What is the opposite of what this is, Craig?
This is so good.
True. Thank you. I'm scared, to be honest. That's not really a mystery sound. I mean, it could be aliens, technically. What do you think? We need to do a clear on that property.
Clear.
And also, let's connect with the mango frequency. If you've been on my Instagram today, you'll see the mango frequency is currently the hamburger frequency.
The mango frequency.
Somebody put a hamburger in the Lila Quantum. So that's weird. Thank you very much, Good Spider, Bad Spider. I appreciate it. Okay. So they got married 3 years later. She's stealing money from him, allegedly. She's flipping houses. You know, she probably did a course, how to flip houses, how to steal your money from your husband. You know, they can teach you anything online these days. In 2020, Eric learned that Kouri had taken at least $100,000 from his accounts, as well as borrowed large amounts of money on his credit cards in excess of $30,000. That's pretty damning. That's going to be hard to fight in court. And I guess like my defense would be, if I was a defense attorney and I was like, okay, how do I get out of this? Well, he knew about it. He knew. He told me it was fine. He said verbally, yes, good to go. So hopefully he had documented somewhere that it was stealing, or there's some sort of written testimony, or he told somebody that will testify under oath and the jury believes it. If, you know, this is the case that she did take these things without his knowledge. Also in 2020, Eric discovered that Kouri had borrowed $250,000 using a fraudulent power of attorney, forging his initials on documents, allowing her to act on his behalf. When Eric confronted her, Kouri admitted to taking the money. Okay, so not only do we have hundreds of thousands of dollars, $130,000 basically borrowed, and taken. Now we have her using a fake power of attorney to, not an actual attorney, but like her power of attorney to take $250,000 from him as well. Okay, and then in January, so right before the death, so he dies in March. In January of that year, Kouri secretly logged on to Eric's life insurance account and changed the beneficiary from Cody to herself. Now, Cody is, that is the business partner. Okay, so she changed it from, the business partners, Eric and Cody, got the mutual life insurance policy. So if, Eric dies, Cody gets the money and is allowed to, buy the business out because they split the business 50-50. So she secretly goes in there and changes the name to her. But Eric was alerted to the change and changed it back to the business partner's name. So that's, like I said, 2 months before he passes away, he does that. Now it's unsure whether he told her that he did this. And it seems like she did not know that he had changed it back. Kouri also is accused of taking at least $80,000 that was meant to be used by Eric to pay his federal taxes, as well as $54,000 for his state taxes, and may have taken more money for a purpose that's yet to be discovered. Wow. Hello, kitty. There was no question that their marriage was on the rocks, and we believe that Kouri took some steps to manipulate their marital assets because of that. And we also believe that she took his life because of that. Now, this is, again, the lawyer speaking from the family. Come here. Come on. You got it. Me. There you go. Get cozy. Eric was found dead at the foot of his bed on March 4th, 2022. Kouri is accused of fatally drugging him after the two of them argued over a $2 million real estate deal the night prior, which records state Eric felt would lose them money. Before his death, Eric believed his wife had tried to poison him multiple times. Okay, let's read this article. Court records allege, citing 2 instances before his apparent fatal overdose in which Eric ingested something that his wife had given him that caused him to fall ill. In an online obituary from 2022, Eric is remembered as a hunter and hard worker who spent countless hours helping his dad work the ranch, hauling hay, feeding the animals, and mending fences. Okay, we already read that part. The lawyer described Eric as a very generous man who donated his time to coach his son's soccer, basketball, and baseball. He just mostly liked to be with his boys. He wanted to be a part of their lives, which is why he's so active in their extracurricular activities. What he liked to do was be a father. That was his favorite thing. Eric's family continues to grieve his death, but they've also been hopeful that the truth would come out, and they're still optimistic about that. Kouri was charged on May 8th with 1 count of aggravated murder and 3 counts of possession of a controlled substance with intent to distribute in connection with Eric's death. So that is because she had the fentanyl, and it's sort of been proven through her text messages that she was the one who gave it to him, or at least had some of her own. So I guess the dots... The obvious dots there are, well, she had $900 worth of fentanyl, and oh, look, her husband dies mysteriously of a fentanyl overdose. So, of course, there's doubt that maybe he got his own stash. You never know, but I mean, okay, draw your own conclusions. About a year after Eric died and 2 months before she was charged, Kouri published a children's book about grief called Are You With Me? Since her arrest, the book has been removed from Amazon's website. And then, she talked in April, she went on the Good Day Utah. And Kouri is currently in custody at the Summit County Jail. And a court hearing in the homicide case is slated for tomorrow, I think. Yes. Is this week when this came out? Yeah. So tomorrow she'll be in court, and we'll see. She may be given bond. She may plead guilty. I don't know. She might do a lot of things. Probably, I'm assuming she's going to plead not guilty, but who really knows? Am I right? Okay. Now let's watch this one. This is Dan Abrams from News Nation. I don't know what News Nation is. This is the second time I've heard News Nation. Dan Abrams is a legal analyst for ABC, or he was. Maybe he's doing something else now. But this is about the party. So now, speaking of that mansion again, apparently that mansion had a party. She had a party after he was killed in the mansion. or died. Either way, he died. And then she apparently had friends over to party. I don't know. What friends would go to a party after your husband has been, killed from an overdose? I guess I shouldn't say, I shouldn't say that. Never mind. I was going to say something about Rachel Hollis. It seems like she would, because that's the kind of the attitude that she's been promoting around on social media. But again, that's a very harsh judgment. I'm sorry. I apologize. Okay. Here we go.
Tonight, we're learning more about what police think may have prompted a woman who wrote a children's book about grieving to have allegedly killed her husband. It led to that
money.
Grief. This is 33-year-old Kouri Richins, sitting down with a local lifestyle show, Good Things Utah, just last month to promote her book about how she and her children are dealing with the loss of her husband. She billed it as a support book for other families.
So my husband passed away unexpectedly last year. So
unexpectedly to him.
March 4th was a 1-year anniversary for us, and he was 39. It completely took us all by shock. And we have 3 little boys, 10, 9, and 6.
Plot twist, Richins arrested a month later on charges that she's the one who killed him. By poison, by the way, with fentanyl laced a Moscow Mule cocktail.
Crystal.
But now new court records reveal Richins and her husband Eric were arguing over a $2 million real estate deal in the months before.
Thank you, Angela Arnold. I just saw it. Thank you so much. We're getting closer to the goal. I need to put, there's a thing I can put on the screen that's like a graphic that will have a goal counter, and it should be connected to YouTube. So I'm going to do that. I was going to work on that today, and then it rained, and then I had to work, and then Tara was meowing, and it's just like, I had to teach my nutrition class, and I just got busy. Okay. This is what I have to say.
You're not freaking fine.
You are freaking hot. You're not freaking fine. You're freaking hot.
Scruffy cones.
Well, I haven't played that one in a while.
I love selling stuff online.
Thanks, Jay Shetty. I'm just clicking the button. I cannot see the buttons because Tara's entire booty is in the way, so.
People want their news from flawless, beautiful faces.
Oh, I should have played that earlier. What the heck? I should have played that with the Spice Girls.
People want their news from flawless, beautiful faces.
Okay, anything else? What about you, medical media? Or no, actually, Dean Graziosi, what do you have to say?
I have dyslexia so bad.
Me too, as you can tell by my reading skills. Okay, back to Dan Abrams. Say thank you. Say thank you, Taro. What else do you have to say? Say something cute. Say something nice. That's all she's got. She's got little meowies. That's all. No meows, just little. That's all she's got. Mwah. Okay, back to it. Thank you.
Police say Eric was murdered. Kouri Richins, they allege, wanted to purchase this 20,000 square foot, 8-bedroom, 12-bath. What do you do with 12 baths? Unfinished mansion in Heber City, Utah, as part of her real estate and home flipping business. Court documents and Eric's own family say he thought the home was too expensive and wouldn't give her the money. But just a day after Eric's death, Richins closed on the mansion and allegedly hosted a party there to celebrate, which raised some suspicions from law enforcement. Now the Salt Lake City Tribune citing a probate.
Can you imagine? I can't imagine even signing a document the day after something like that tragically would happen. Like if it happened the way that she says, like she just got up in the middle of the night because her son had a nightmare and then comes back and her husband's cold to the touch is basically what she said happened. And the next day she's like, well, let me just sign these papers for this mansion that I now need to buy. Like what? Like that doesn't even make sense given the circumstances. I mean, it makes more sense if you murdered them and you're like, okay, this is the whole point of this. I got to sign this immediately. Very bizarre. And then the party is like, what? Like, are you just trying to get caught or what? I don't get it.
Court petition reports that Kouri Richins was actually stealing from her husband. He came from a well-known, well-connected family in Utah as far as back as 3 years into their marriage. Quote, by at least 2016, she was stealing money from him in order to afford to flip houses and address her ongoing financial woes. The petition alleges she began taking money from his bank accounts as well as running up debts on credit cards in his name without his knowledge. And that in 2020, Eric Richins learned Kouri Richins had taken at least $100,000 from his accounts as well as borrowed large amounts of money on his credit card in excess of $30,000.
I'm gonna give it back. I'm borrowing
Also
it.
in 2020, Eric discovered that Kouri had borrowed $250,000 using his fraudulent power of attorney, forging his initials on documents. When Eric confronted her, Kouri admitted to taking the money. There were other red flags. In January of last year, authorities allege Kouri Richins tried to make herself the sole beneficiary on a life insurance policy held by her husband and his business partner. She's also accused of taking upwards of $130,000 earmarked by Eric to pay his taxes. Following her arrest, Richins' book, Are You With Me?, dedicated to her, quote, amazing husband and a wonderful father, has been removed from Amazon. His family says Eric Richins was convinced his wife had tried poisoning him several times before he stayed in the relationship for the sake of the 3 sons.
Weird.
Was gearing up to file for divorce when he was found dead at the foot of their bed last March. Joining me now, Jesse Weber, attorney and host on the Law and Crime Network. He's also a News Nation legal contributor. He's been following the case closely. Sounds like they think this is all about the money.
I mean, you laid it out. One other thing I'll add is right before he died, he was going to reveal to her that she was cut out of the will. You know, it was interesting that he had his sister as the trustee of all of his property. He wanted to leave it all under her control without Kouri knowing that. And I think that's pretty significant because you have this history where she was allegedly stealing from him, forging his identity, stealing from him in different ways. And it's really interesting about the life insurance policy as well, because she had...
It's like, what is the one hold on, I see this one. It's like reverse Gone Girl, Gone Boy, and actually goes through with it. That would be insane. That is commitment to revenge. I don't think that's what happened, but that would be insane. So I recognize the creativity in this comment. Thank you for sharing that. That is, I mean, of course, anything is possible, but yeah, I don't know.
Had switched it to her to be the beneficiary. He was alerted and without her knowing switched it back to his sister. So it seems like the money and all with the house, because it was only the day after that she sells the house. She closes on it and throws this big party.
I want to...
That's the point of confusion and contention, because I guess what she told police was, hey, we signed this thing today. It's closed. We're celebrating the closing by this having a Moscow Mule in bed. And she also said that he had like a THC gummy or something to celebrate this, you know, real estate deal going through. But then now it turns out, okay, no, she signed it the day after he died. So... interesting. And thank you to Reina de la Cruz. Thank you. I appreciate that so much.
Sales is love.
Sales is le corazón. Sorry. Don't hold me accountable for that, please. My corazón is sales. That's not Spanish. I'm sorry. I take it back.
You have to think instead of sitting around eating Skittles and watching Oprah reruns.
This is what I'm telling myself right now.
Somebody ought to smack you.
I know. Yeah, it's interesting, the Mormon part, because even having a Moscow Mule, I thought most Mormons don't drink alcohol. I don't know about, I'm assuming they don't do any sort of anything. I've heard they have well, I shouldn't say that. I watched a documentary one time about like the problem with prescription medication in Utah, because that's the one thing that they're allowed to do because it's like from a doctor or whatever. But I don't know. I doubt they're smoking weed openly, but who knows? I don't know the rules. I'm obviously not very religious. I don't even recognize Mary statues. So yeah, that is interesting that that would be kind of told to the police, almost, you know, if he was truly a devout Mormon. It's interesting. And thank you again, Reina. One more for you. I say.
This spells cult. C-U-L-T.
That's how you spell cult. Thank you, medical medium. Okay, back to it.
Play a little more of this interview that she did when she was promoting her book, right? Her book about grieving because her husband had died. how she and her kids were dealing with this. This is her being asked about the timing of writing the book so quickly.
So you actually wrote this book with your children.
I did. Mm-hmm.
And it's only been a year. How did you process and say you go from processing death to I need to write a book and help others?
You know, I just watched the struggle that my kids were going through. And I actually, I went on Amazon and Barnes & Noble and trying to find something that we could use to cope at nights. Nights are the hardest, it seems like, for everybody when, dealing with anything. But I just wanted some story to read to my kids at night. And I just could not find anything. I couldn't find anything that really, suited them or helped them find comfort and peace. And so, I was like, let's just write one.
Maybe because the facts are sort of unique in this book, in this story, so she couldn't find a book that actually fit the facts.
I just got to say, I think it's pretty incredible that she's accused of killing him for money, and yet she exploits his death for $14.99 on Amazon. I mean, I think that's pretty incredible.
Thank you for watching. Go to News Nation now.
That's the least of the accusations that she should be worried about exploiting his death. I mean, that's bad, but I think the worst part is allegedly killing him. But I agree. It's not good to do that. Okay. Let's keep going. What is this? Oh, the probable cause. Okay, so this is the actual court documents. Now, I did not download this one from the, as you can tell, it's on Imager. So this could be completely fabricated. Now, do I think that is? No, I think someone bought it and posted it because it looks exactly like the one that I downloaded, which was about the estate. And we're going to read through that one in a minute. But this is the homicide document from the sheriff's office. Okay, so this one is basically, accusing her of murder and having the pills, and they're going to explain, or the fentanyl, and they're going to explain why they believe there's probable cause for this. Okay, here we go. So the first crime that Kouri is accused of is criminal homicide, aggravated murder. That on or about March 3rd in Summit County, the defendant, Kouri, did intentionally or knowingly cause the death of another individual under any of the following circumstances. The actor committed homicide by means of the administration of a poison or of any lethal substance or any substance administered in a lethal amount, dosage, or quantity. Okay. Furthermore, the defendant was a cohabitant with the victim. Okay, that's charge 1. Charge 2 is possession of a controlled substance with intent to distribute. That on or about January 2022, Kouri did knowingly and intentionally possess with the intent to distribute a controlled or counterfeit substance that was classified in Schedule 1 or 2, a controlled substance analog, or gamma hydroxybutyric acid. I think is how you pronounce that. Perhaps. Okay, and then number 3 is possession of a controlled substance with intent to distribute again, but this time it's on February 11th. And then the 4th charge is possession of a controlled substance with intent to distribute on February 26th. Okay, now here's like the narrative. On March 4th, 2022, at 3 a.m., Summit County Sheriff's deputies and EMS staff responded to a residence located at blah, 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 Willow Court in Summit County on the report of an unresponsive male. When they arrived, they found Eric Richins on the floor at the foot of his bed. Life-saving measures were attempted, but Eric was declared deceased. During interviews with the deceased wife, the defendant, Kouri, she stated that around 2100 hours, so that would have been, what, like 10... What's military time? 10 p.m., 11, something like that? No, wouldn't be 11. 9? I don't know. I don't know how to do math. What's 12 minus 3? That time. She and Eric were celebrating the defendant's closing on a home for her business. Okay, so she again was saying the night of, they're celebrating the closing. Now, like technically they could be like, I'm going to sign the paperwork tomorrow, but we're celebrating tonight. But that's her story. Okay, so then Kouri stated that she made Eric a Moscow Mule in the kitchen and brought it to their bedroom where Eric consumed it while sitting in bed. And one of the comments I saw on, I think it was Reddit, someone said, I don't know who's drinking Moscow Mules in bed. That's not a drink I'm savoring while watching TV. Like, and I was kind of like, yeah, I mean, you could, of course, there's no rules, but like, you know, it's usually a beer, it's usually wine. It's not usually like a mixed cocktail in bed. So interesting. The only people in the house were Kouri, Eric, and their children. Defendant, so Kouri stated she went to bed and shortly after went to sleep with one of the children in the child's bedroom because that child was having a night terror. Okay, so that's why she didn't see anything. She didn't see him seize. She didn't see him throw up. She was in a different room because her child had a nightmare is what she's claiming. And then she says she awoke around 3 a.m. and came back to her bedroom that she shared with Eric. She felt Eric and he was cold to the touch. That's when she called 911. Kouri told law enforcement that when she left her room to go to her child's room, she left her phone plugged in next to her bed and did not take it to her child's room. However, between when the defendant said she went to the child's room and when she called 911, the status on her phone shows that it was locked and unlocked multiple times, and there was also movement recorded on the phone. So if you are considering committing a crime, just know that if you tell the cops that you had your phone plugged in and you didn't have it with you, they can find out that that is a lie. It's good to know. In addition, tolls on defendant's phone show that messages were sent and received during that time. These messages were deleted. Now, I'm pretty sure you can get those messages back, I believe. So I wonder if they're going to show that in court if she does plead not guilty. If they can, I think if like the police contact like Verizon or whatever, I believe you can get those messages back, I think. Okay. Following an autopsy and pursuant to toxicology findings from the autopsy, it was determined that Eric died from an overdose of fentanyl. The medical examiner indicated the level of fentanyl in Eric's system was approximately 5 times the lethal dosage. The OME stated the fentanyl in Eric's system was illicit fentanyl and not medical grade fentanyl, because you can get fentanyl from a doctor because it is a prescription drug. So they're saying it's not from a prescription of any kind. It's also the opinion of the OME after evaluating Eric's gastric fluid contents that the fentanyl in Eric's body was ingested orally. After receiving the information regarding the toxicology, a search warrant was obtained for Eric and the defendant's residence. During the service of that search warrant, the defendant, so Kouri's phone and several computers were seized as evidence. Warrants were obtained for all the electronic devices, and the information from those devices was downloaded. When investigators downloaded Kouri's phone, several communications between the Kouri and CL were located. Okay, CL, they're not naming this person because they're probably going to be a witness for the prosecution, most likely. But CL is the alleged drug dealer. CL was identified as an acquaintance of Kouri. A police records check of CL revealed multiple counts of possession of a controlled substance with intent to distribute, possession of a controlled substance, and possession of drug paraphernalia. On May 2nd, 2023, the detectives interviewed CL, and CL told detectives that sometime between December 2021 and February 2022, the defendant contacted CL via text message and asked if CL could get Kouri some prescription pain medication for an investor who had a back injury. So she's telling this alleged drug dealer that she needs to get pain pills for an investor. Interesting. Okay. Within a few days, CL procured hydrocodone pills from a dealer. So I've had hydrocodone pills before from the dentist. So that is not that difficult to get, I would imagine. Like I had my wisdom teeth pulled and, they gave me a prescription. So that I think is a little bit maybe easier to get than fentanyl. So just saying. So then Kouri told CL allegedly to leave the pills at a house. So Kouri told CL to leave the pills at a house that Kouri was flipping in Midway. So I'm assuming it's that big giant mansion that we just watched the video of. Then CL left the pills at the house and Kouri left cash for CL. It has been determined that this house was owned by Kouri in December 2021 and January 2022. Okay, so did they? Well, I guess it wouldn't have been then. It must be a different house, because how she didn't own it until 2022. Okay, so a different house. Never mind. Take that back. Rewind. That's my bad. About 2 weeks later, Kouri contacted CL again and said that her investor wanted something stronger and asked for some, quote, some of the Michael Jackson stuff. Now, technically, the Michael Jackson stuff was propofol, which is a different drug that, allegedly made Michael Jackson go into a coma and pass away, which is a surgery drug, I believe, propofol. So he ended up getting fentanyl, which is not what Michael Jackson allegedly died from, but maybe she was trying to get that and he got what he could. I don't know. Or I don't know if CL is a woman or a man. I'm not sure. So I'm just kind of saying he, but I have no idea. Okay, Kouri asked specifically for fentanyl. Okay, I guess so she asked for fentanyl. But just for the record, the Michael Jackson stuff was propofol. CL contacted a dealer in Ogden on February 11th, 2022, and procured 15 to 30 fentanyl pills from that dealer. So there's a little brokering going on here. Kouri came to CL's home in Heber, and CL delivered the pills to Kouri. CL received $900 for those pills. So 15 to 30 fentanyl pills cost $900, just in case you are wondering. 3 days later, on February 14th, so Valentine's Day, the day of love, Eric and Kouri had a Valentine's Day dinner at their Camas home. Shortly after the dinner, Eric became very ill. Eric believed that he had been poisoned. Eric told a friend that he thought his wife was trying to poison him. So that was on Valentine's Day. He gets sick and believes that it was Kouri. About 2 weeks later, Kouri contacted CL again, asking for another $900 worth of fentanyl pills. CL contacted the dealer from Ogden again on February 26th and procured the pills. Kouri told CL to leave the pills at the outdoor fire pit of the Midway house, where there was cash waiting for her. 6 days later, on March 4th, Eric was found dead of a fentanyl overdose. Okay, so pretty damning evidence, if I do say so myself. This information is based on evidence obtained from the following witnesses: Justin Hemingway, Deputy O'Driscoll, whoever that is. I guess that's the person who took the information from Kouri herself and CL when they were questioned. Yikes! So that's pretty hard. Okay. That's pretty hard to deny, I suppose, or get out of. But people have gotten out of crazier things. Look at OJ. He got out of some stuff. So that is that. Here is a video talking about what I just read. Here you go. Here's Cuomo. I thought he was off. Everyone that was off TV is now on News Nation. They must have some funds.
All right, let's bring in the lawyers now and kind of talk about how this is going to break down. You got Florida State Attorney Dave Arenberg and defense attorney and News Nation.
So they're basically going to talk about what the case could look like. Now, this woman, I don't think she is the defense attorney of Kouri. I don't think. But she is going to act as that devil's advocate here.
Legal analyst. I told you, Garrigo's got in trouble with Dusty. He's out. Zari, bam, right in. That's how we do here. It's good to have you both. It's good to see you, Sarah. So, Dave, you have the bizarre nature here that she writes a book and then winds up being that she's the cause of the grief. But isn't the real problem for the defendant the text messages with the drug dealer?
Yeah, also, she was texting someone back and forth about the time that her husband is dying, and then afterwards she lied about it. She said, no, I wasn't texting anyone, and then she deleted the text. That's really suspicious, and she said she performed CPR on Eric, but that too was a lie. She has a motive to lie. She wanted the money. She bought the drugs, and, the reality of fentanyl, Chris, is that people just don't consume large amounts voluntarily, it's usually spiked in their drugs by a drug dealer, and then the person dies when their cocaine is laced with fentanyl. You don't just have a drink and then pop 9 times the regular amount, especially if you're not a drug user. And there were no drugs found in his house afterwards. So her story doesn't make sense. This thing seems like a circumstantial case with a lot of circumstantial evidence against the defendant.
Well, how do you get around, Sarah, the idea that she was communicating with somebody trying to buy Michael Jackson stuff?
Well, Chris, first of all, I deleted your messages. I deleted Dave's messages. That doesn't mean it's nefarious, right?
I deleted your messages, you guys. So people delete messages all the time when they're, telling police that they're in their child's room sleeping. That's a very common practice, as we all know.
Right? We need to know what that is. People are serial deleters. But the Michael Jackson stuff, that was not fentanyl. That was propofol, from what I recall. And frankly, addiction is such an incredibly secret, deadly disease. One day you're using, the next day you're abusing, and then you're addicted. And I don't know that family members or whoever said that he's never had a drug problem, who see him every so often at a holiday dinner or something, would really know that what he was doing. And so as a defense attorney, I would absolutely come in and really look into possibly whether these drugs were him and at his own request. What they recovered, Chris, I understand, was GHB from the home, and so that's not really consistent with what was in his system. And to that extent, they really need to
I don't know what GHB is.
Do an independent pathology and toxicology, because I cannot tell you, I have a number of these cases open right now across the.
Okay, apparently GHB is gamma hydroxybutyrate. Butyrate. I don't know. I can't talk. Dean, help me.
I still have dyslexia.
It says GHB is an illegal drug that is sometimes used as a party drug in the dance and club scene. It produces the feelings of euphoria. It can also treat narcolepsy. I guess, yeah, that makes sense. It produces feelings of euphoria, relaxation, and sociability, and an increased urge for sex. GHB acts as a nervous system depressant and poses a risk for dependence. Okay, so they found that in the house, according to this woman. I have not seen that anywhere else other than this woman's interview.
The country, they're federal cases, but still, there's so many errors and inconsistencies that come up on these labs when you do an independent testing. So you really, I don't know if
Hold on a second. Here's the problem with the theory that you're putting forth is, okay, maybe he took drugs and his family doesn't know. Okay. Fentanyl, as we both know, is not a beginner drug, and it's not a sometimes play. And to have the amount in his system that he had, and remember, you're going to have somebody who may be a witness for the prosecution who's going to say, yeah, she may have said Michael Jackson stuff because she's a dope, but what I gave her was fentanyl. And that's the only fentanyl that will be in the equation. Now what?
But even if it's so, right? I mean, I think you still need to look and see if it was really a lethal level or just a toxic level. But still, even if it was 5 times the lethal level, there is a missing link here, Chris. There is no nexus that we know of so far between these drugs that she got 6 days prior to his death, and then whatever fentanyl went into that Moscow Mule that then was ingested by him, even if the toxicology is accurate. So we need more, we need more. And I think this is a very weak case as it stands, to the point where I think she has a chance at bond.
Wow. So Dave Arenberg, what do you think of that? That the fact that she bought fentanyl and then he dies of fentanyl is not good enough for a jury, and certainly not enough for a judge to.
No, it is circumstantial. People tend to want to see forensic evidence and clear cut, the fingerprints and the blood stains, like, I don't know, maybe that's not true, but I think people can maybe be dissuaded away from a probable cause. Like, well, maybe he did have a secret drug problem. Like, I don't know, like, he probably didn't, but if you're on a jury and the defense team kind of presents the way that works, circumstantial evidence doesn't always end in conviction.
To keep her in jail.
Sarah's a great lawyer. If anyone can get her bond, it is Sarah. I think, by the way, I think the fact that she wrote that book shows that she's a sociopath and is less likely to get bond. But as far as her buying the drugs, the only defense I see, Chris, is that she bought it for him. He took it voluntarily because he was a drug user, except all the evidence shows he was not a drug user. And as you say, you don't just go from 0 to 60 like this. This is fentanyl. This is the deep end of the pool. And it's for someone who is a severe addict. And even then, I don't know people, and I work in this area, I don't know people who take fentanyl pills voluntarily. Usually when they have fentanyl, it's a little bit that they take voluntarily, or it's laced in the stuff that they're trying to take. So it's really unusual for this whole thing to happen unless he was poisoned by someone who wanted the insurance proceeds.
Can I just say something about that book?
Go ahead. I'll give you the I'll give you the last word, and then I got to get going.
It was $14.99 on Amazon. It was pulled down. It was ridiculous to say that she wrote this book to then kill him. I mean, that's just. In fact, it helps her. She was a loving mom. She was, trying to help her kids deal profoundly with this grief. I mean, I don't see the book. I think what the book did was draw attention to this case, which now is its own crime novel, frankly.
Right. I appreciate the provocative theory, Sarah.
I appreciate your conspiracy theory. So you're trying to get employed by Kouri on this case. We can tell based on your appearance on the show. Good luck in your interview for that. Yeah, so interesting. Let's read the other one, the money. Let's look at the money. Money, 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 money. Love money. Okay. Here is, so in this case, the defendant is the sister, and it's Kouri who is trying to get money. Whoa. Because everything was changed basically around behind her back, that she didn't apparently know about. So basically, it seems like, from my understanding, we'll read through it, but that Eric secretly changed the will to go from his wife to his sister at some point. And then when he died, all of a sudden now Kouri is sort of like, I didn't know this happened, and now she's suing to try to get the estate back, is my understanding. Now, I may be completely wrong. We'll read through it. Okay. All right. This is what it says. So, plaintiff this time, Kouri, by and through her counsel of record, complains of and for her causes of action against Kouri Richins, who is the sister, solely in her capacity as trustee of the Eric Richins Living Trust, dated November 3rd, 2020. So it seems like in 2020 he switched it over to her, because before that it would have been the wife. Okay, can I do this? Or why is it doubling up? I don't know. I don't know why it does that, but it's okay. Okay. So, all right. Again, Kouri is the one that is the plaintiff, and the defendant is the sister. All right. On or around November 2012, so we're going way back in time here. While engaged to be married, Eric and Kouri purchased certain real property and related improvements at Willow Court, and that's where he passed away. So that was their family home since 2012. The family home has a legal description, okay, the name of it, and Eric and Kouri acquired the family home from Eric's sister, Katie. So Katie had the house, sold it to Eric and Kouri. Katie is the defendant and trustee in this case, but she is not being sued in any fashion related to the initial sale of the home. Okay, so Eric and Kouri each contributed their own separate funds to the down payment of the family home. Before moving into the home, in accordance with an agreement between Kouri and Eric, Kouri put the gas, telephone, internet, and utility bills all in her name. Eric was not listed on any of the utilities, okay? The utilities have since remained solely in Kouri's name. While the utilities were all in Kouri's name, Kouri acknowledged and agreed that the family home was a joint asset and that she and Eric acquired together and held together. Okay. Upon closing of the home, Kouri moved into the family home and Eric moved in subsequently. Okay, this is all just like establishing, like, they bought the house from the sister. Kouri puts the utilities in her name. She moves in. The husband moves in. Pretty standard. After jointly purchasing the home and moving in together, Eric and Kouri each contributed to the monthly mortgage payments. Specifically, since at least September 2013, all first mortgage payments on the loan they used to acquire the family home have been made from Eric and Kouri's joint America First Credit Union account. So their marital bank account is what is paying for these mortgage payments. So I guess what they're trying to sort of insinuate here is like, you know, she participated and contributed, and so therefore she has rights, even though his trust is going to the sister. And this is before she got arrested when this came out. So this is before that happened, and I believe this is part of it. Okay, although Eric and Kouri jointly purchased the home, jointly paid the mortgage, jointly paid the utilities, and otherwise agreed and acted in all respects as if the family home was a joint marital asset, legal title to the home remained in Eric's name. So it's in his name even though they're both paying for it. Approximately 6 months after first moving into the home on June 15th, 2013, they got married in the backyard. Kouri and Eric jointly resided in the home, raising their 3 children there at all times from the day they acquired it to when Eric unexpectedly passed away in his sleep. Okay, so then Eric's marriage to Kouri was his second marriage. His first marriage ended in divorce. Further, prior to his marriage to Kouri, Eric had acquired certain assets, including his 50% ownership in the business. Now that is that stone masonry business. On the wedding in 2013, immediately prior to the wedding and presumably because of the unpleasantness surrounding Eric's prior marriage and subsequent divorce, Eric's mother delivered to Kouri a prenuptial agreement and requested that Kouri sign it. A true and correct copy of the prenup is attached as Exhibit A and incorporated into the reference. Okay, very weird, I will say, to, on your wedding day, be delivered a prenup agreement from your new mother-in-law. But, you know, I don't know. Very weird. Kouri then signed the prenup. Okay, it is her wedding day, so I guess unless you want to ruin it and, like, you know, run away, she signed it. And it was notarized at the same time that their wedding certificate was notarized. Okay, and then the prenup basically states that the parties, so Kouri and Eric, acknowledge to each other that each does not now have, possess, or claim any right or interest in the present or future income, property, or assets of the other, including but not limited to business known as C&E Stone Masonry. Said business is owned in partnership between the husband and the guy Cody. The Kouri shall have no right or claim to the business, including its value, assets, and its accounts receivable, whether existing at the time of the marriage or to come into existence after the party's marriage, except, okay, here's the bold, except that if the husband should die prior to Kouri while the two are lawfully married, Eric's partnership interest in said business shall transfer to Kouri. So it says, okay, if they get divorced, she doesn't get a piece of that pie. That's like multi-million-dollar business. But if he dies and they're legally married still, which they were, she does get it. Okay. And then the second part of the prenup says, the parties foresee that following the date of their marriage, commingled marital funds may from time to time be spent on or invested in the business, C&E Stone Masonry. The parties agree that C&E Stone Masonry shall nevertheless remain the sole separate property of the husband. The expenditure of commingled marital funds on said business shall not give Kouri a claim or right to an interest in said business. So, okay, all of that's to say she's helping him buy a work truck, or she's helping him, you know, pay an employee, and she's like giving him a loan, or, you know, she's like, yeah, take the money that you need for your business from our marital account. It still does not mean that she's now becoming a, you know, stakeholder in the business, and that's what she's signing away. However, and bold again, except that if Eric should die prior to Kouri while the two are lawfully married, Eric's partnership interest in said business shall transfer to her. Okay, once again, the best interest for her financially is if he dies. And it seems like maybe he was on to her, you know, trying to kill him, perhaps, and was going to divorce her. So maybe she got more bold to try to get this done. Okay, so then the prenup is attached, and it oh my God. It lists Eric's assets and debts that were acquired prior to the marriage. Okay, the list of assets is limited to business assets and includes only Eric's 50% ownership in the masonry business, a forklift, skidster, scaffolding and saws, 2 trucks, and a dump trailer. But if you look at the prices of those things, that is fairly significant money, for me at least, like $100,000 plus, I believe, in equipment. Notwithstanding the list of assets showing Eric's separate property, the prenup expressly provides that should Eric pass away prior to Kouri while they're lawfully married, Eric's ownership interest in the business shall transfer to Kouri. The list of assets does not include the family home, nor does the prenup make mention of any real property purportedly owned by Eric. The list of assets also limits personal property to the specific items listed by Eric. Okay, so he had to specifically list all the things that were not going to be given to her if they got divorced. Okay, he started the business in 2019 with Cody. He owned 50% of it at the time of his death. At the time of his death, the value of Eric's business interest, so 50% of the business, easily exceeded $2 million. And I've seen other forms that said $2.5 million, his portion. So the entire business, I would assume, would be $5 million worth. Okay, the buy-sell agreement requires that should Eric or his business partner pass away, the surviving partner must purchase the other's interest, okay, using the proceeds of the life insurance policy carried by both partners. That seems pretty standard. And then, okay, so here's a little where it starts to get interesting, supposedly. On or around February 16th, 2021, so a year before the first possible poisoning attempt, because he said on Valentine's Day 2022 he got sick and thought she was trying to poison him. So go back a year. Eric assigned the business interest to the trust. To the extent that the transfer was effective, it did not extinguish Kouri's rights to the business interest as granted in the prenup. Rather, any such assignment carried within it Kouri's vested and pre-existing rights to the business. On or around November 3rd, 2020, Eric created and executed the trust, which was to remain irrevocable until his death. Okay, I'm not really sure about that, what that all means, but he did make a change in 2021. Okay, and then it says, as set forth in Article 1 of the trust, Eric's objective in creating the trust was to provide for both my wife and our children during any time that I am incapacitated and after my death. Okay. And then it says, okay, the following assets were transferred to the trust. $10 in cash, okay, don't know why. Unspecified household furnishings and effects, the home, the business interest, and Eric's interest in a separate business called Fox Lake Investments. So that's totally unrelated to the $2 million stake in the stone business. On November 3rd, 2020, Eric tried to convey the family home to the trust warranty deed. Okay, I don't know what this all means. This is getting a little bit legalese for me. Eric purportedly tried to convey the family home without Kouri's authorization or knowledge. On or around that same date, Eric assigned the trust to all his tangible property, including jewelry, clothing, furniture, furnishings, fixtures, chinaware, silver, photographs, works of art, books, sporting goods, electronic equipment, musical instruments, artifacts relating to his hobbies. Eric did not, however, identify any personal property that belonged to him personally as opposed to belonging to him and Kouri jointly as a couple. So I guess he didn't specify what he owned and what they owned. So that's what they're trying to argue, that it's hers, I guess. Okay, more about that. They're just saying Eric did not and could not have transferred Kouri's assets because he didn't have authorization. Okay. Upon his death, however, the trustee became the successor trustee of the trust. This is a little complicated. I wish I was a lawyer, but I didn't have to go through school. I could read these documents better. Okay, so they're basically saying, in other words, just like the trust, the will acknowledges that the prenup remains in full force. Okay, and then it says here's his passing. On March 4th, he unexpectedly passed away in his sleep. At the time, they were married and had 3 children. Okay, here's like the little fight with the sister. Okay. On March 5th, several individuals, including the trustee's sister, so Eric's sister, spent the night at the family home. The next morning, on March 6th, Kouri asked the sister to leave to give her time and space to grieve the passing of her husband. Despite Kouri's requests, the sister refused to leave and began threatening and verbally accosting Kouri. After Kouri insisted that the sister leave, the sister asserted that Kouri did not own the family home and that she would ensure Kouri was kicked out of the family home. Okay, so they had a little tiff the next day and said, "You don't even own this home. I do." And then this lawsuit came. Okay, so she's claiming that she owns the house because she was married and he died. Okay, got it. And then more about, okay, she's explaining that I put the money on the down payment. We have a joint account. Okay. Okay, they're talking about the bank accounts again. I wish this would talk about more about how he switched it over from one to the other. Okay, and then we're almost at the end of this. Talking about the prenup again. It's a lot of legal stuff. So boring. Okay. More about the trust. 8th claim for relief. Unjust enrichment. More about the trust. Constructive trust. Oh my God, this is so boring. Resulting trust. Thank you for bearing with me, everybody. Prayer for relief. Okay, so she wants the home. She wants the assets. She wants the business. She wants it all. So this is what she's asking for. Let's see. So she wants the family home and the personal property. She wants interest in the family home transferred to her. Okay, she wants the title of the home. She wants $300,000 for some reason. Okay, that's that. And then, okay, this is the premarital agreement she had to sign. The day of her wedding. So romantic. I love you. I vow to be with you. Now sign this form that my mom wants to tell you. Oh yeah, and then here's the summary of the property: the forklift, which was $25,000, the skidster for $15,000, scaffolding and saws for $50,000, 2 trucks for $90,000, and a Dodge dump trailer for $55,000, and on top of the 50% interest of which is like about 2.5 equity. More papers. There you go. Some stuff. The will lists the children, who he wants it to go to. So all of that. This is what I bought on the Utah court record. Thank you for bearing with me. That was difficult to watch and deal with myself. I appreciate it. But yeah, so this is like kind of what they're fighting for. It seems to be a case about money, greed, probably hurt feelings between the family, the mother's involved and the sister's involved, and there's money missing and there's alleged, poisoning attempts. So yeah. Let's see what else is going on with this. What's the most recent? Hold on. I'm looking for a good article or a good video. Stand by this week. Oh, it's been postponed. Whoa. Breaking news. Here we go. This is posted 5 hours ago. So basically when this stream started. Not really. It's only been 2.5 hours. Here we go. I wonder what happened.
Hearing abruptly postponed for the woman who wrote a children's book about grief after allegedly fatally poisoning her husband with fentanyl. Investigators say Kouri Richins killed her husband, Eric, and then wrote a book to help her kids deal with the grief. News Nation's Alex Capriello is live from Camas, Utah. So, Alex, people you've spoken with are just still in disbelief.
Yeah, I would say this entire neighborhood is in a bit of shock right now as they sort of process this new information. Let me set the scene a little bit. Right there, that empty house is where Kouri Richins lived with her husband and her 3 sons. It's a beautiful part of Utah. It's about 50 miles east of Salt Lake City. This entire neighborhood filled with multi-million-dollar homes. And actually, if you look closely, you'll see that green HelloFresh package that sits right there on the front doorstep. Really, that's an indication to me just how abruptly life changed for this family. That package addressed to Kouri Richins, but in the meantime,
it could be an ad for HelloFresh. Even when you're accused of murder, we will deliver to your front door. We're not afraid of accused murderers. We will get that meal to you fresh on your doorstep. You will have that chicken carbonara if you sign up right now. We love accused murderers. We do not care.
Meantime, this neighborhood, that's what I've been doing, spending the past few days actually walking around and talking to some of the people who knew them specifically. Several said that they were friends with the Richins and with her husband. They said she was a loving, happy mother and a wife, and this recent news about her husband's death and potentially her role in it was completely shocking. In fact, not everyone here even believes that she's responsible for it. One woman telling me, Kouri is a good woman, and I still believe that. Now, in the meantime, she's being locked up at the Summit County Jail. It's a 100-bed facility connected to the County Justice Center. As you mentioned, there was a hearing scheduled for tomorrow. We just got off the phone with her lawyer. That hearing has been postponed. Really, this is all about Kouri hoping to get out of jail on bond. We don't know when the next hearing will be, but that's what it's all about, trying to understand when it is that she can actually be released if the judge grants that. I had the opportunity to speak to Eric Richins' family. They said they do not want her released in any way. Nicole?
All right, Alex Capriello live for us there in Utah. Thank you.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com.
I don't think I got the information as to why it was postponed. Why, though? Her dark past exposed. That's too long. I wanted to see like her social media, but it looks like it was deleted because I was on what I believe to be her mom's Facebook earlier, and it looked like she had tagged her, but then it was no longer active. This has 48 views. We should watch that. Comedian of law. That's what I need to be. A comedian of law. Yeah, I still haven't seen whether she's... This is posted 45 minutes ago. Okay, this is actually late breaking news. We love News 4 Utah. Utah's oldest TV station.
Good evening, I'm Glenn Mills.
And I'm Emily Flores. We thank you for joining us here this evening. We do begin with breaking news. We're learning more information about the Utah mom and children's author accused of murdering her husband.
Court documents just released shining new light on this case. They say that Kouri Richins hired a locksmith to drill into her husband Eric's safe, which contained more than $165,000 in cash. Now, when Eric's sister found out about what was going on, she told Kouri she did not have the authority to open it. Court documents then say Kouri got mad and punched her sister-in-law in the face. Kouri was scheduled for a court appearance tomorrow, but it has now been pushed to the 12th of June.
Wow. So she's going to be in jail for a while. Okay, let me go back. What the hell?
Contained more than 100.
So she hired a locksmith to drill into the safe to get the cash out. Okay, and then she punched the sister in the face, allegedly.
$165,000 in cash. Now, when Eric's sister found out about what was going on, she told Kouri she did not have the authority to open it. Court documents then say Kouri got mad and punched her sister-in-law in the face. Kouri was scheduled for a court appearance tomorrow, but it has now been pushed to the 12th of June. We have a reporter on this story, and we will have more information on ABC4 News at 6.
All right.
Where's that report? Let's see. They might have just posted it. Let's see.
And we are following breaking news out of Summit County. We're learning the first court hearing for the Utah children's book author accused of murdering her husband has been delayed until next month. 33-year-old Kouri Richins was set to go to the Summit County courthouse tomorrow after spending weeks in jail. Her attorney is asking Richins be granted bail. Richins' case, as many of you know, has attracted national attention, and her book about helping kids deal with grief has been unlisted on Amazon. Her new court date will be on June 12th at 8:30 a.m. Stick with us for all of the latest developments on this ongoing case.
Somebody remind me of that. June 12th. I'm going to be logged on to the computer watching that. That's it, I guess. No. Amended charges. Okay. Wow, we're getting the late breaking news. I'm so glad I went to this website. Okay.
Live from Utah's first TV station, ABC4 News celebrates 75 years.
Good evening, I'm Emily Flores.
And I'm Glenn Mills. Thanks so much for joining us. We do begin with more on that breaking news we're following concerning Kouri Richins. She's the Utah woman accused of murdering her husband and then writing a children's book on grief after his death.
Yeah.
If she never wrote the book, this would not have gone national. I'm 100% going to say that now, guaranteed. The only interest in this case is that element. Because, I mean, it's interesting because she's a woman and there's like, like the drugging thing, but like, that's less interesting. The hook on all of these news stories is she was an author who wrote a book about grief. Turns out she's the cause of the grief. If you're going to do something like this and you don't want the attention, don't make it be an appealing hook like this. Maybe she did it on purpose.
As Kouri was set to have a hearing tomorrow, but that hearing's now been pushed back. ABC4's Elena Castro joining us live in studio to break down the amended charges against her tonight. Elena?
It's the case that just keeps unfolding. Kouri has been charged with 1 count of aggravated murder and 3 counts of possession of a controlled substance with intent to distribute. Here's what's been amended on those charges. We've now learned that after her husband Eric's death on March 4th of last year, Kouri hired a locksmith to open Eric's safe containing between $125,000 and $165,000. Eric's sister told Kouri she didn't have the rights to those funds, resulting in Kouri punching her. Eric also opened a living trust and placed the trust as his life insurance beneficiary instead of Kouri. We also now know that Kouri had purchased at least 4 life insurance policies on Eric Richins with death benefits of over $1 million. The hearing that was set for tomorrow has been pushed back to June 12th. We will keep you updated on this story here on air and online at ABC4.
Okay, what about the other stuff? Hired locksmith to drill into her husband's safe, then she punched her in the face, allegedly. Assaulted sister-in-law for money. She didn't really assault her for money. She assaulted her because she said, you can't do that. You can't get into the safe. And she said, yeah, I can. I guess. Contacted drug dealers for fentanyl. Okay, we knew that. Husband took Kouri out of his life insurance. We knew that. Okay, so that's not really the new charges. Huh. Well, yeah, why did they change the court date, though? That's what I want to know. What the heck? What the heck, Utah? I want to know. Designer shares culture through fashion. Oh, West Valley woman takes care of cat beat up by human? Don't listen, Key. Don't listen to it. Don't you listen. Okay. I guess News 4 is the only one that that covers this. There's no other stations, I guess, in all of Utah. Here's the partying thing. Did we already watch this? They had no proof of the party that I saw. Like, where did the party come from? Okay, we just watched that one. Amended charges, but they didn't explain what they were. We just watched. No, yeah, they gave nothing. They gave us nothing. They gave us nothing. We can watch it in Russian. We can watch it in Russian. Okay, well, maybe that's it. Maybe that's all we know. And the hearing is no longer tomorrow. So I think, here are my final thoughts. Maybe we can end this stream early. Or we can listen to Medical Medium at the end. Just to wrap this part out, I think this is a complicated case. I think it will turn into a complicated case. My guess is she's going to plead not guilty. And the defense is going to be that she was lied to, manipulated by, harassed, abused perhaps by the family members of him and his family, that like I said, he's got a lot of hunting pictures, a lot of, like animals being hunted, and that seems to be his thing. So I think they're going to make it seem like he was threatening her. Can I deliver this information, please, Kitty? This is like so ridiculous. I'm trying to be so serious. I can't. I think it's going to divide the country. That's my prediction, that people will be on supporting Kouri when more information comes out, and that she maybe was defending herself and protecting her children for some reason, and that's all one big misunderstanding. And then the other side's going to be like, this is a black widow with no care or cause for any human life, and that, she's just this evil woman, and, she wrote the book to be a narcissist and whatever. And I don't know. The truth is probably hidden in there somewhere, and we'll have to wait for the case to go to court if it does. Now, there's always a chance that she could plead guilty and this ends immediately. She gets sentenced and that's it. But we'll have to wait and see. Apparently until June 12th for some reason that they aren't saying specifically. Okay, so on that note, thank you, Taro, for participating in that with me. That was very convenient timing for you to stop, huh? You heard that? Okay, let's listen to Medical Medium, because I had promised that previously. And let's do it. Let's do it. So if you are not knowing what the hell I'm talking about, Medical Medium is a medium who gives out medical information and can scan you by going like this, and also just knowing it without having to do this. But this, I guess, is for the photos, for the videos. And he has a gift. A spirit was in his ear, when he was 4 years old, and delivers, information to him that is above science, that is above doctor's knowledge. And all of the treatments are drink celery juice, essentially. So a couple weeks ago, we did a full stream about one of his followers who ended up being one of his assistants at one point, who had pretty aggressive breast cancer, was reaching out to Medical Medium through text message, through voice memos, calling him, and also in person interactions as well. And she was telling him that she had a lump in her breast, and he was telling her, he told her to go to a doctor, to be fair, but he also said it might be this, it might be that, follow the protocols. And his book, which I have right here, actually. Stand by. Also, look at this cute pen. It's a tarot pen. Look, I don't know if you can see it, but I feel like I'm doing a makeup tutorial. This is MAC number 5. Okay, here it is. You see it? The little tarot. This little tarot, I can just use it to scratch her with. That's what I'll do. Okay, sorry, got off topic. The book, here, that's what I was doing. In the book, he basically says, the protocols are here's a smoothie that you can take to heal your, here's, for some reason, potato cauliflower mash will heal your Hodgkin's lymphoma, okay? Just do this. Here's my meal plan. You'll heal yourself from Epstein-Barr. And basically he insinuates and pretty explicitly says that, post-traumatic stress disorder is caused by heavy metals and Epstein-Barr virus, and everything is Epstein-Barr, according to him. So anyways, through a period of time, this woman, Stephanie, she ended up not getting treatment immediately. It's kind of unclear if she got full treatment by the end, and she ended up passing away. And so because of that, people were upset. Some people were upset by this and started to think twice and be more critical about Medical Medium's practices, his ethics, and, were speaking out in a way, or spoke to a journalist, essentially, about this case and about what happened. And there was text messages that were shared with the journalist from the family of the victim, or the woman who passed away. And because of this, Medical Medium decided to make it a whole thing where he is being victimized himself, that these evil actors out there are trying to destroy him because he's the hero and the underdog. He literally says that, like, verbatim. And, you know, it's just these haters who are trying, they're competitors of him in some way, like business competitors that are trying to ruin him. So we listened to the first episode of his rebuttal to the article, and it was nothing. It was a nothing burger, to be very frank. I listened to the second one. I never even got to the third one. And then he released a fourth one, which he actually names Stephanie by name, obviously, which I was shocked. That is such a bold way to handle this situation, I think. I'm about to be canceled. I was listening to an R. Kelly song. I'm sorry. One song. I'm sorry. Don't be mad at me, please. This is the episode. Forget I said anything. This is the episode. It's called For Steph. Okay, the untold story. So I think we should listen to this one. Skip the other two. The second one was not much better than the first. It included one funny, interesting story in the sense of he claims that, or one of the people that are against him now claim that was like bullied as a kid, and that's why he is the way he is, which kind of makes sense to me. He said that he said that the woman got that story from the Elf movie, where Buddy the Elf and his like brother or whatever get pelted with snowballs, and that wasn't his story. That it was, I don't know. That it was that was where that woman got that information, not because he told her. Anyways, here we go. So I listened to the beginning of this, but not the whole thing. So it's quite long, so I probably won't get to the whole thing, but we'll start it and then we can finish it later.
We're talking about.
Oh God. Okay, and beware. His voice sucks, and I'm gonna put it at 1.2.
Friend Stephanie. In the false story, the group of plotters and rivals we've been discussing fed to a media outlet with ulterior motives and trashed Steph's own legacy and her own reputation in the process. It's really an incredibly tragic situation all around. The head plotter fed a false story to the medical medium community years ago, filled with misinformation, that I did not tell Steph to go to a doctor for her breast lump until it was too late, and how Steph was a follower.
I have to say, I think it's very, very poor taste to have such a serious monologue be played underneath dramatic, sad music. I don't like that. If you have something to say and you're going to tell your truth or whatever, just say it. We don't need the dramatized music and the voice that's, the dramatic pauses of like, I am going to reveal that I am the hero and totally being manipulated by the media. It's like, ugh, God.
Medical medium to the letter, and followed medical medium advice more closely than Anthony himself. Me. As the
At least he said me for once. He talks about himself in the third person. It's so ridiculous.
years went by, I took the hits from Steph's death. I reserved and preserved information and facts out of respect for Steph's memory and the family.
Sure.
But it's too late. They pulled the trigger and released another false story that this time was fed to the mainstream media, and now it's time for the real story to break. Get ready.
The real story to break. Also, he's trying to, in my opinion, trying to make his followers hate this woman, Stephanie, even though she's passed away, and hate everyone that spoke out against him because he's like, I'm not writing the next book that I was supposed to write because I'm so busy trying to fight off these like allegations, and I'm not going to release the book anymore. So if you thought you were going to be healed and I promised you that I was going to heal you with my next book, I'm not going to do it. And so people are upset, obviously, because they're so desperate to be relieved of their symptoms. He's like, well, I'm not going to do it because these people forced me not to do it. It's like a lot of that as well. So I turned it down from 1.2 to 1 because of the music. It was starting to sound weird to me, but I'll probably speed it up as the music hopefully fades.
For the details that no one knows, keep steady. This isn't going to be easy. It's time for the painful truth. I am honored to have Amber Visakara with me today.
God,
she has
again?
thoroughly reviewed mountains
Okay, 1.2 again. Here we go.
data and factual evidence.
If you haven't heard the past few podcast episodes, you might want to take some time out to listen and catch yourself up so that you have more context to the backstory.
By the way, if you did that, if you needed to do all of that, it would take you like hours. This was like an hour. This is an hour. This is 54 minutes. This is an hour and 40 minutes. You had to dedicate 6 hours of your time to hear the truth. And we're still buckling up for our truth. You know, we're still got to brace ourselves for the truth of this. It's like, can you condense it into your 5 main points for us? No, 6 hours you got to go through. Thanks, Lisa. Welcome.
And the ulterior motives that brought us here today. All of this began with the number one plotter who put out a really inflammatory false storyline about a deceased woman named Stephanie 3 years ago. She hurt a lot of people with her misinformation. This led to rumors and false narratives that have circulated amongst health communities since. Here are some of her main falsities and misinformation.
So I wish when she was staying with us and she first found that she had a lump in her breast, I wish I had said to her, go get that checked. You definitely need to go get that checked. I mean, that's a big regret of mine. Like, why didn't I say that? But she was so sure. You know, Anthony said this isn't going to turn into anything. I'm not worried about it. And honestly, she was so...
Incorrect. Stephanie did not have a lump in her breast at that time.
But basically, she found that lump in her breast at least 1.5 years before she died. That's when she was living with us.
Incorrect. Steph did not find the breast lump until a year later in March 2017. The media outlet actually got that right in the article.
And if he...
Okay, so basically, I guess this is like the woman that they quoted in the article, her original blog post video, I guess, or a video where she talked about it, which then the journalist took that information and then tried to corroborate it and then actually looked at the text messages and got that information correct. So if the journalist did his job, what are we arguing about? Like, this woman's account was wrong. Okay, the journalist went in and figured it out what the actual dates were. But he's going to say, oh no, the journalist was wrong, but he got that one right. It's like, okay.
And he told her at some point that this was never going to be cancerous. To me, that's pretty evil, right? Like, it's one thing to know information about somebody, and it's another to like lead them in completely the wrong direction, right? I'm referring to like when he told Steph like the lump in her breast was never going to turn cancerous.
Incorrect. I did not tell Steph the lump in her breast would not become cancerous. And in fact, even the media outlet did not publish that because they knew it was false.
That time stuff was just so bad.
Again, he's like saying, okay, the media did their job in telling the story. And I read through every single word of that story, and it was still a very bad look for him to do what he did, telling her like, oh, you know, yes, it could be detoxing. It could be this and that. Oh yeah, just, you know, like drink your juice, whatever. I don't know. I forget the exact details, but it was like, he basically ghosted her too for long periods of time, and she was desperately trying to get a hold of him, and then his wife would respond and he was busy, and I don't know. And the whole thing is, if you read the book, if you listen to him for 5 seconds, he has all the information because he hears it from someone that is, or an entity that is close to God. So why would he not tell her exactly what to do? The premise is that he has this information that is special. So the fact that he would be like, I didn't tell her it couldn't become cancerous. It's like, well, even suggesting that it might not be, in her mind, you are the Messiah, so she's going to listen to you. If you're not concerned and telling her immediately, go to the hospital right now, he would have that information according to the way he says he has this special, gift. A normal person who's rationally thinking would be like, okay, asking a random person on the street, do you think this is breast cancer? They can, you're not going to take that guy's advice. But because you think this guy is, very, very, very smart or whatever, like gifted, she's going to take his advice. If he's not concerned, who cares?
And I think Anthony had started telling people, I told her to go see a doctor, because he did at the very end.
This is incorrect. As you will learn in this episode, I told Steph to see a doctor at the beginning, the middle, and the end, at all times, and not just at the end.
So I think that they maybe dismiss a lot of what happened because, Anthony told her to go see a doctor. But it's like, that's not what really happened. Yeah, that one's hard for me. I am such a truth teller. Honestly, to be able to, manipulate things like that just gets me fired up.
This is incorrect. I did tell Steph to see a doctor over and over and over again.
I think that's possible. I do think it's possible. I still think even if that's the case, the situation was really mishandled.
The thing is too, it's I think he's telling her or told her, I think the article said it was 2 times, I believe, if I remember correctly. I can pull it up. But if that's the case, what's the point of listening to him if all his advice is go to a doctor? What am I paying to buy this book for? What is his special gift then if it's go to a doctor? He's supposed to know the cures for everything, so I don't understand why he would be, telling her that in the first place. I'm glad he did, but...
And I still come back to him not being accurate about a year and a half before that, when he didn't tell her to go see a doctor. Something that people have said is that Anthony always says, go see a doctor, but in his actual interpersonal relationships, that's not always the case. He's not like that. That's more of a liability thing in his writing. With Steph, he did not say that originally, and that's hard for me.
This is incorrect. I do tell the closest people in my life to see a doctor. My advice always incorporates medical treatment and advice, and I originally told Steph to see a doctor in the beginning.
We are going to further unpack these falsities as well as others throughout this episode. It's telling that this woman deleted this story from her website and social media because it was false. She deleted her entire Instagram and DM history and all evidence of her false storyline and her recruitment tactics.
I think that what I heard was that she deleted it because she was getting harassed so much by the community to take it down that she just didn't want to keep it up anymore. Doesn't mean that it's necessarily false that she deleted it. I mean, it could be, but it could also be that the harassment was so bad that she was like, all right, forget it, who cares?
After she was told to preserve it at the time. Then
by who?
She became the #1 plotter, instigated by the #2 plotter, and took this false storyline to a mainstream media outlet with ulterior motives of a step-by-step plan to create a post-medical medium era. She attempted to get away with it that way, with the backing of a media company hungry for clicks and views, trying to hide behind anonymity so she couldn't be held accountable for falsities, and with the support of other plotters that they rallied and got to contribute anonymously as well.
The plotters. Okay. This one says, William never told her not to see a doctor. On at least several occasions, he suggested she seek other medical help. Over the same period, he told her he could do a bacterial... Okay, so again, this is very important. So he never said don't go to a doctor. Okay, that's good. On at least several occasions, he suggested she seek other medical help. Okay, that's good. Here's the problem, though. Over the same period, he told her he could do a bacterial scan on her, and she asked him to ask the spirit of compassion if there was anything pressing on the nerves that we can't see with an MRI. So why would I go see a doctor and get an MRI when you can just do it from your home magically? Why would I spend the money? And if you really truly believe this dude, it makes perfect sense to me why she's like, well, he's not saying you have 1 day left to live. Go to a doctor now. He doesn't seem concerned, so the spirit of compassion must have told him, I'm going to be fine. Annoying.
Through the recordings that I legally obtained, which you'll hear more of today, I uncovered the identity of the main anonymous sources
legally obtained
for this article and the information in it. This woman, the #1 plotter, has indoctrinated many people in the medical medium community into believing her false storyline about Stephanie.
Agreed.
She has spent a lot of time soliciting many via DM on social media as well, including me, at one point by saying, quote, Anthony is a liar and a fraud. And she told me to, quote, please don't mention this to Anthony. And she is still trying to indoctrinate people using fake accounts and other tactics that we have proof of being linked to her phone number to this day. The article that the plotters had been working towards was published a few days ago. It's a negative article for sure. It makes many false claims about AW for sure. It didn't end up being what the source.
Exactly. He doesn't do that because he doesn't want to have legal obligation, because on his page he's got the legalese that says, I am not a doctor or a medical professional. This is just for, like, you know, information, entertainment purposes, basically. Like, anything I say, I cannot be liably held, you know, responsible for. I think he's smart in that way, where he's like, I can tell you that I can make up this fake story about all the people I've healed because they're probably not real people. His grandma, you know, he didn't diagnose his grandma with lung cancer at 4 years old. I'm sorry, he didn't do that. Like, and if he did, I don't think it was because of a medical, you know, that a spirit was telling him in his ear. I just think it's like some story you can tell. So it's like, oh, his grandma's probably gone right now. So it's like, okay, well, who's going to, you know, dispute that? But he's not actually going to tell any of his current customers that they have whatever, because if it's false, which it probably would be, then he could be sued.
Had hoped for, however, which was an article that falsely accused Anthony of killing Steph, because the media company had to consider the facts. As part of the process with this article, the media company asked hundreds of questions of AW. Many questions that were asked of Anthony were in line with the #1 plotter's original false story that we had seen from her post online years ago, and who is clearly a major source for the article under the pseudonym Sarah. The article was due to be published earlier this year. The delay in publication occurred because Anthony's team was presenting facts to the media company that we believe changed the outcome of the original story to a certain extent.
Now, the writer of that piece said that he did not give comment via his lawyers, so that's a discrepancy.
But the story that was published recently still left out key facts and text messages. It was still false in a lot of ways. Many texts and voice messages were taken out of context and cherry-picked from Stephanie's phone. Some texts were even falsely quoted. What was published was severely lacking in most of the actual story, and as many commenters have pointed out, was severely lacking in substance at all. The journalist's article still tried to paint a false narrative of a cult and a devotee. The media company stated in the article that, quote, through his counsel, William declined repeated requests to comment on the record for this story.
Exactly.
Now, this is incorrect. I was promised in a recorded meeting that the media company would let us know if they were going to publish a story so I could leave a comment on the record, because it...
Okay, they have no obligation to let the person that, other than, do you want to make a comment? Well, you need to let me know if you're going to publish a story, and then I'll leave a comment. It's like, they're going to go forward with the story. I would like to hear that recording, actually. I hope they play it.
Still a potential story. They broke their promise, and they published this article without telling me or giving me an opportunity to respond.
They did give you
Today, we are
opportunity.
going to unpack these falsities, share what was left out of the story, and share what actually happened. We are going to start by explaining why Stephanie has not been discussed previously. And that is because explaining the full truth that was left out of the plotter's story and left out of the article because it did not suit the narrative that they were trying to paint, and unpacking and untwisting all of the misinformation and false rumors that have been spread about Stephanie over the years involves the private, personal, and medical information of a deceased woman.
I wanted to protect her name and out of respect for her family.
But now, because I want to defend myself against this story, I'm going to just fuck my ethics that I apparently had about this. That makes sense. Okay, so now when you're protecting her by not talking about her, but now because someone else has talked about her, now I'm going to talk about her because I don't care. It's like, okay.
Now that the plotters have exploited her, I have a responsibility to defend the truth and the medical medium community that is being harassed and targeted with this. I have an obligation to make sure that the chronically ill people in our community know what really happened so that they can protect themselves from this attack and this hit piece and the people who have manipulated the story about Stephanie. Next, I would like to play a Telegram recording from February 28th of this year.
Telegram recording. Okay, that's what I want. I want the secret recordings. Ugh. Legally obtained. Thank you, Mai. Mai says incorrect counter. Yeah, we need to put a counter. I can do that. It was inside of counter before. It was like 20 in like one paragraph of talking. Oops. That's a long one. Mai, for that I say...
You look like a Lord of the Rings elf.
Damn!
Mic drop, homie.
What else?
What up, homie?
What up, homie? And our favorite, Lisa Bilyeu. We need to get back to Tom and Lisa. We need to do Gary V. We need to do an NFT night. Maybe next week. NFT night. Gary V. Off the rails. Tom Bilyeu, Lisa Bilyeu. Off the rails.
I'm outside the Cheesecake Factory waiting for it to open.
That's what we need to do. I like it. Let me know if you like that idea. Thank you, Mai. I appreciate it. Okay, back to it. We're going to listen to the Telegram recording now.
And if it seems like I'm being silent about something, it doesn't mean I'm not going to talk about it when the time is right.
If you have listened to the previous episodes, then you know where I come in and why I am here.
Was that the recording?
At the time of the recordings that I obtained legally, I knew enough to know that what I was hearing from the plotters wasn't true. Since all of this has transpired, I have studied the story extensively. I have studied the data that was recently presented to me, and I have studied the article, and I'm going to help present the evidence today. First, we want to explain more about who Stephanie was. Stephanie started her health journey in 2001 due to cancer in the family.
This is Stephanie Tassone. How are you? Hi. Vibrant light, that's what you are. Tell me, Stephanie, how long have you been raw?
It's been about 7.5 years, a little over that, almost 8 years that I've been following a raw food diet. And it's been just over 3 years that I read 80-10-10 and knew that that was like the missing link. Well, I was interested in health from when we figured it out. What was it, like 11 years ago or something, 12 years ago? 12 years ago, I guess. Initially it was just cancer in the family and wanted to better my lifestyle and just take care of myself the best I can and not worry and go in that direction. It led me to finding a book on raw food, and it was like a duh moment. Like I was like, okay, well, I gotta do this. It makes sense. And then, yeah, from then on, it was.
Posts that were made to Stephanie's Instagram show that she went raw vegan in 2005. She has a post saying, quote, "Celebration, it's been 10 years since I discovered raw foods and decided to let go of all animal products in my diet." 8 years later, in 2013, Stephanie connected with AAW over the phone. Stephanie was always doing her own thing, health-wise. She was not exclusively applying medical medium information, which contradicts the very premise, even down to the title of the article. The title is completely misleading because it implies that Stephanie was the ultimate devotee and the ultimate follower of medical medium information, when that is just not the truth. We are going to share a few key pieces of evidence to demonstrate this. In multiple...
Okay, so they're saying, well, I said, because he does have very specific rules. I talked about that in the first stream that I did like a year ago, where it's like, you can't have ice cubes. You can't put a little lemon in your celery juice. It has to be celery juice within 30 minutes of you waking up, and it has to be this many ounces, and it has to be organic, whatever. So he's saying, well, she didn't follow it to the T. Doesn't mean that she doesn't believe that he has the gift of spirit and can diagnose by going like that. So they're going to say, like, well, she's not the most devoted follower. It doesn't say the most devoted follower, strictest diet adherer to. It says the medical medium and the true believer. I believe that she was a true believer, obviously, because of how she lived at the end, texting him
on Instagram and audio messages.
Sad.
Stephanie shared about her experience with doing multiple extended grape fasts in 2015, which was long after meeting AW. Here is an audio from her from 2017.
Grapes. Oh my God. I told you I did a 40-day grape fast, right? Like 2 years ago. And in like days, I was like losing so much weight. I was just eating so many grapes. It was like unbelievable what was happening.
In this next clip, Stephanie explains that she knows AW wasn't a big supporter of the grape fasting. she wasn't eating greens and that she...
I feel like this is a way to say if she did follow my advice, she would be alive. And I feel like that's sick and disgusting that he would even sort of insinuate that that's why she's passed. Like he's going to say, I told her to go to a doctor, but also she followed my book better. She would probably be alive, but she had grapes. So, you know, she had an egg back in 95. I don't know.
Doing celery juice.
Let me tell you, I would love to do the grape fast again. I love, like, when you only eat one or two things. It's just so easy. You know, it's like, oh, I'm hungry. Oh, okay, I'm hungry. You know, people always have that attitude when they talk about it. But really, I knew, deep down, I knew Anthony really didn't want me doing it. I remember we would talk about it while I was doing it. And he never came out and told me not to, because, I mean, let's get real. Like, there's bigger shit to worry about, especially when you're Anthony, you know? So he's not going to waste any time, like, trying to convince me not to do something that he knew I was, like, hooked on or dedicated to, you know? But later after that, but I knew, like, I wasn't eating any greens, I wasn't eating celery or celery juice. I was having lemons when I would make the juice. If I didn't like eating them, I would make, like, grape lemon juice.
In Steph's words, I wasn't pushing or demanding Steph to do medical medium, and she wasn't. Grape cleanses are not medical medium.
We have evidence of another Instagram post from 2015 with a photo of cases of grapes saying, quote, "This was a weekly occurrence for 40 days. Yes, that's right. 40 beautiful unfolding days on grapes. Everyone said I'd be tired of grapes, but I actually..."
This is like insanity, like proving like she ate a grape. She ate a grape, so it's not our fault. This woman who's involved with him is making a big mistake here, I believe.
I went back to them since for 17 days with the addition of some fresh squeezed OJ to join it.
Exactly.
Stephanie is saying that she did a 40-day grape fast and followed that by another 17 days of grape fasting with the addition of orange juice.
We also have evidence of 5 other posts where Stephanie is doing several other grape-only fasts that same very year.
Furthermore, the Plotter's article referenced that by Stephanie's own account, quote, "It's difficult to get a full picture of the advice she followed." The article also admitted that, quote, "For dinner, she sometimes ate 2 heads of romaine lettuce with cayenne and lemon." The #1 plotter also wrote about this in her original blog post saying, quote, "I'll never forget watching Steph eat 2 heads of romaine lettuce with cayenne pepper and lemon on it for dinner." A neighbor went to the movies with Stephanie and recollected that she brought a plain bag of lettuce with her. Stephanie was also big on long-term water fasts and coconut water fasts. We have an Instagram post where she says, quote, "Day 7 on coconut water, so much gratitude dropping in so closely with Mother Earth." The next 2 examples are about celery juice. On September 12th of 2015, over 2 years after connecting with AW, Stephanie made an Instagram post that says, quote, "Smooth sailing back into my morning routine, beginning the day with sweet, salty, healing celery juice. Added spinach and lime for an extra healing bonus." And in August 2015,
he's like, "That's not what I said." You can't eat spinach. Oh my God. It's like we're arguing like the dumbest points. Okay, a woman ate more than celery juice? I'm innocent. Oh, God.
Stephanie says, quote, "Straight up celery juice, also love adding lemon." These are just a few examples we are highlighting out of care and concern for the medical medium community to clear up rumors and misinformation that Stephanie did medical medium to the letter. Grape fasting is not...
Oh my God. They're really going to say, well, she had a lemon, so of course she didn't heal her cancer. She had a spritz of lemon in it. It's so crazy.
Medical medium recommendation. AW has specifically recommended against grape fasting. AW has never told anyone to eat only lettuce, cayenne pepper, and lemon for a meal because it is not enough calories to sustain oneself. AW recommends against long-term water fasting and against fasting on coconut water only.
Why can't he say this? Why are you doing this? Why are you saying this? I feel like this is like a legal thing or some weird representation thing that he can deny and make her liable for the bullshit. Why is he not saying, like, this is his protocols, his gift in his ear? Why is she delivering what the rules are?
One of the most prolific medical medium recommendations is that you do not add anything to your celery juice.
I would never judge Steph for what she was doing. I would always let her do her own thing.
Sounds like it.
But what she was doing was not medical medium information, and that's okay. That's just how Steph was.
The article and the plotters got this wrong.
Steph she'd be like, the model medical medium follower, I guess, being that she did everything to the extreme that he said.
According to the evidence, Stephanie was obsessed with health.
They're saying that she didn't do it obsessively because she put a little lemon in it. Oh my God.
She was the type of person to constantly be talking about and asking everyone about her health. She communicated personally with numerous well-known health experts that each had different health beliefs and recommendations. She followed many different people and many different things.
There is a narrative that has been perpetuated to make it seem like Steph worked with me for years, closely and continuously for years. This is incorrect. She always had financial struggles, so I offered her some work for 2 short periods, one 10-day position in 2014 and one 2-week position in 2017, in which I only saw...
Did you really have to tell everyone that she had financial problems too? Like, was that important to the story? Couldn't you just say, like, I hired her twice? You just have to, like, disparage her a little bit more?
For 1 hour at the end of it.
During the course of that 10-day position in 2014, Stephanie vomited and had migraines, which we have proof that she suffered from since childhood. We have a text from Stephanie to AW that reads, quote, "You know what I'm craving from like 10 years ago? I know it's not ideal at this point, but seriously, outstanding flavor. Back in the day when I got a migraine where I knew that if I didn't eat something fast, I'd throw up, my mom or dad would rush to Whole Foods for me for these." This is important for us to highlight because the main number one plotter's claim was that Stephanie was the healthiest person she had ever known. And in reality, Stephanie had some pre-existing symptoms and conditions for most of her life. One of the implications that the number one plotter also made on her...
She probably meant that she was eating grapes all day and cayenne pepper lettuce and saying like she's healthy in a sense of this woman's not going to eat a French fry at all. She's healthy in that way. I don't think it meant like, oh, she's never had a condition in her life.
The original story was that Stephanie was the healthiest person she had ever known, and then medical medium essentially caused problems. But in reality, as you can see, this wasn't true. Now that we have covered some of Stephanie's background, we are going to explain the story, which sort of begins on March 6th of 2017. This is when Stephanie first discovered her breast lump. She texted Anthony's wife about it, saying, quote, "Sorry about all my messages. I've been aware of that and don't want to overstep any boundaries. I'm assuming this isn't anything to be worried about and probably just detox related. I noticed a pretty large lump in my left breast today, right below and to the right of the nipple." And Anthony's wife replied saying, quote, "Breast lumps can be lymph or node related if you're detoxing during your cycle or under the weather, but you should always have it looked at by your physician. Thermography scans are okay to get to if needed." Stephanie replies, "Thanks. Yes, feels like detox, and I will do that and observe it over the next week or 2. I've done thermography in the past, so I am familiar with that, so I'll just keep an eye on it."
We told Stephanie you should always have it looked at by your physician.
And that was in the article, like verbatim, what she just read. It says, so that was another thing that he's like, this article is full of lies, except for these 3 things and this thing and that thing and the other thing that they said. That was true, though. And that I'm going to use that to defend myself. Okay.
Always means always, and not just a physician, but your physician. Stephanie replied, "I will do that and observe it."
And that was also his wife. So you didn't tell her not, or that to see a physician that time. That was your wife saying that too. So it's like, okay, so what are you even saying?
Stephanie confirming she will go to her physician.
We also need to point out a timeline discrepancy. The number one plotter in her original story said that Stephanie's breast lump was discovered in 2016 when Steph was living with her, but the records show that the lump came in 2017. This is the excerpt from the number one plotter's blog post. It says, quote, "At the time that she was living with us, Steph had recently found a small lump in her breast. She wasn't concerned though." The March 6th, 2017 text from Stephanie to AW's wife makes it clear that the first time Stephanie discovered her breast lump was in March of 2017. The text says today she discovered the lump. Today, March 6, 2017, not a year earlier in 2016, when momentarily she was staying nights with the plotter.
Now, could it have been December 2016 and in March she saw it? So it was like they're making it seem it was a whole year, but could it have been a few months before? So she got it wrong. Like, oh yeah, it was like 2016, 2017. I don't know. I'm just saying.
We have multiple accounts and factual evidence validating that it was March 6th of 2017 that Steph found her breast lump.
Okay.
In late March and early April of 2017, Stephanie was hired to help AW and his wife receive deliveries and let people in to set up water, Wi-Fi, and other things at their new home.
The article and the plotters' stories misrepresent my work situation with Stephanie, so I would like to clarify. Stephanie was only there a couple of weeks and wasn't working the whole time. The job she had left her with a lot of free time on her hands. Stephanie was at the beach. She was going to see the movies. She was taking walks in the park. She was going to the farmer's market for herself. She was sunbathing and enjoying clean air. Stephanie was never a full-time assistant either. We gave Stephanie the temporary work to help her financially because Stephanie said she was financially struggling.
AW and his wife were clear.
We know she was financially struggling. You said that 10 times. What is the point of saying that again and again and again? And also, who cares if it's like if you're house sitting or pet sitting or nannying or whatever for somebody, like you're not necessarily doing the job 24 hours a day. Does that make a difference? Do I give a shit? Like, why is that important? Like, she had free time, okay? What, as opposed to what? She was working 24/7 for you, collecting your Wi-Fi passwords? Like, I'm missing the point of like making sure that was clear.
Even before the move, and tried to set a boundary that they wouldn't be able to answer health questions because of what was going on. The article stated and supports this. Here is the direct text. It says, quote, "I wanted to give you a heads up that Aunt and I won't be able to answer health-related questions for the next month or so. All our energy will need to be on this move, so we will be out of commission in that sense until we have everything settled in. Hopefully by the end of April or early May."
What happened was we lost our house to a fire, lost almost everything we owned, lost pets.
What? Wait, what? They got a fire? And they lost pets? Hold up.
We'll be out of commission in that sense until we have everything settled in. Hopefully by the end of April or early May.
What happened was we lost our house to a fire, lost almost everything we owned, lost pets, and I was badly injured, and I needed to take time to recover. Here's a recording from Stephanie.
So I guess it was 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago now. I don't know how long ago, but somewhere around that. It was on, I think it was like a Thursday night. They were in, before the sun went down, they were in the house. Wait, let me just read it. He just kept saying they had a scare and he was filming in. Yeah, it was really scary. Like, they almost died. Like, bad shit going on. Like, they were in the house and the sun had already...
Wouldn't the spirit have told them, like, hey, your house is going to be on fire, get your animals out before it, like, engulfs your house? Why would the spirit not tell him that if it tells him everything about everything? Textbook, medical history, what's wrong with cars, everything. It tells him everything about the history of the world, aliens, like, chemtrails, but they wouldn't tell him, hey, there's a fire that's going to kill you.
Pretty much gone down, but it was still light out. And it was really bright in the house. And Rachel noticed it and said, Anthony, why is it like it's really bright in here with the sun already went down? That's weird, right? And, he like kind of perked up and was like, pay attention to what was going on, and walked over to the door and looked outside and was like, holy shit, like we have flames encompassing our house. It was like all in the yard around his house. Because apparently the farm that's close to them down the road was burning. And a little, like, piece of a flame, what is it called? Like a little, I don't know, whatever that...
Ember.
Little things that float in the air, a little ember or whatever, was floating and probably just landed in their yard, and the whole thing was in flames. And if they did not notice when they did, if it was 20 more minutes or 15 minutes had gone by, the whole house would have gone up in flames and they would have died. I mean, they ended up, like, I guess, like, smoke was probably coming in, I think, because they ended up, unless they put their masks on to run out of the house, get the dogs out of the house, and ended up, like, the cops were in the area, I guess. And God, the whole thing was so freaking scary. I feel like I can't even tell the story right. I'm probably missing pieces already.
I was actually asleep on the couch, and SOC woke me up when it happened. The house was filling up with smoke fast, and all of the bushes up against the house were on fire. When running out of the house, we had to run through flames, bushes that were engulfed in fire, where I sustained lung damage from breathing in a flame. My eyes were also injured too and damaged. My wife was injured as well.
He breathed in a flame? Oh no.
And so were our dogs.
Despite all of that and the boundary that was set, Stephanie continued to ask health questions. On the day...
Oh, so they're saying she's a bitch because he went through this traumatic thing and she's going through cancer, and so she shouldn't have asked. She should have respected the boundary because he was in a fire. Okay, got it. Now I understand what the point of this was.
AW and his wife saw Stephanie briefly before she headed back home. She was asking some health questions, and AW and his wife both asked Stephanie if she had seen a doctor for the breast lump.
And we were adamant about it. We were highly concerned. We asked her if she was seeing her doctor for her breast lump, and Stephanie promised. She said, yeah, I got it covered. You guys don't have to worry.
Back in March, Stephanie said that she had gotten thermography in the past. AW and his wife were under the impression that Stephanie was getting scans and had a doctor overseeing her breast health. And Stephanie said she would see a physician for her breast lump. Then, around May, June of 2017, Stephanie got an injury from yoga and Pilates. She was doing a 2-hour session of Pilates and 2 hours of yoga on the same day for a week or more, which she had never done before. Stephanie texted AW's wife on July 10th of 2017 and said, quote, "Hurt my back pretty bad, so that's been terrible, but all is good otherwise."
It also turned out she had a tumor that was growing from her breast to her spine, so I'm sure that was not feeling good either. Oh, she did Pilates for 2 hours in a row. Okay, but she also did end up becoming paralyzed, essentially, from the tumor, from what I understood. God, they're really trying to blame her. She ate grapes and she did Pilates. This is not his fault. AW is free. As a free man, okay?
We have this recording of a plotter highlighting the injury as well.
And anyway, I don't know. She went to do a yoga class or something. She came back and she said, I hurt my back doing a yoga class, Taylor.
We just heard about this injury directly from Stephanie's best friend, business partner, and someone who ended up being her caretaker. In the number one plotter's original story, Stephanie supposedly never injured her back, and supposedly Stephanie told the number one plotter that she didn't remember hurting her back in yoga. The number one plotter had said, quote, "In the spring of 2017, her back began to ache. We talked a little bit during her back injury. She told me Anthony said it was a yoga injury. I really don't remember hurting it in yoga," she said.
I never said it was a yoga injury. It was Stephanie that said it was an injury from Pilates and yoga.
This number one plotter wrongly blamed AW and did not know about the Pilates. The journalist did not know about the Pilates. There was no mention of Pilates or yoga in the article. They left this out because it would not suit their narrative.
Okay, let's go back to it. Let's read that part, because I remember feeling exceedingly bad for Stephanie at that moment because she could not walk at some point. Back. Injury? No. Injury. Back. Okay, we'll just have to go through 22 mentions of the word back. She didn't text back, heading back. Back in. Okay. It says, "Bro, I'm not doing good at all," Tassone texted William in July 2017. "Back in excruciating pain. It's been weeks, but way worse now. Sorry to bug you." Hours later, she wrote, "Thank you for your support. And yeah, I think the stress you mentioned is financial stress. Praying for that to come to completion. I love you, and I appreciate all you do for me." Tassone sent photos of bumps on her skin a few days later and asked if she had shingles. William said she had baby shingles, which is what the back prob was originally. Okay, so he actually said it was shingles, which is what the back prob was originally, and advised her to take vitamin C and lysine. Okay, so I'm not seeing... He told me through these text messages it's from yoga. It says in August, Tassone couldn't get up. She had been sleeping on a mattress on the floor at her parents' house, and her back pain had become unmanageable. She kept the lump from her family, later texting William that she was not upfront with her father because his sister had breast cancer. Tassone discussed the growth and all other manner of health issues with others, but at this moment of crisis, she went directly to William. They exchanged 156 voice messages between August 30th and September 3rd. They discussed several opinions Tassone had by then received, and whether she would go get an MRI. She did not at the time. Okay. Okay. When she asked what he thought of her bleeding from her left nipple on the same breast as the cyst, he responded, "I'm not liking that at all, but don't want you worried right now. Just get your back better. As your back gets better, then the vomiting should stop. It should come together." He told her the bleeding probably didn't have to do with the cyst. Okay, so that's not super good either. I think it's back to the beginning. Okay, so let me get spine. Okay, this is part 2. In December, Tassone's family, now aware of the lump, took her for a biopsy. Before the results came back, she had a seizure that sent her to the hospital. Doctors induced a coma for 3 days, and she learned that she would never walk much again. She had stage 4 metastatic breast cancer, which had eroded her spine. I don't think Pilates eroded her spine. So I'm not understanding the point of this specific anecdote.
In June, I had a phone call with Steph where she tells me that she injured her back doing 2 hours of Pilates and 2 hours of yoga on the same day. I told her that she should see a doctor. I said she could even go to the hospital or urgent care to get an MRI or X-ray. Stephanie told me at the same time that she was really fearful of going to the hospital and how her family would handle it.
Yeah, I bet.
Next, we are going to play a recording of Stephanie's plotting caretaker corroborating this.
She didn't want her family to know anything was wrong because then they'd take her to the hospital and get an MRI.
Can we play that again?
She didn't want her family to know anything was wrong because then they'd take her to the hospital and get an MRI.
Between early June and July 12th, Stephanie saw a doctor for her back 2 times. AW was the one who told her to see a doctor for her back. We have a text corroborating this in which Stephanie says to AW's wife, quote, "Yes, he is pretty good, basic guy, but very honest and I trust him. I've gone to him a handful of times over past few years and always helped me. Already twice since this happened, but not since it's gotten unbearable." Next is a recording of Stephanie in late July telling somebody that she went to the doctor already twice and she's explaining the details of her injury.
Hi. Well, I hurt my back in the beginning of June. I hadn't been doing yoga for a while or Pilates, and I ended up just by fluke, coincidence, I ended up doing them both in the same week. And by the end of that week, my lower back felt kind of weird. Weird enough where literally it was hurting to go on the rebounder, so I kind of had to stop that. And then I went to the chiropractor and everything was better like a day later. But I only waited like a few days to start exercising again. I started like light. I just went on the rebounder for the first couple days and walked and did.
It's probably because it was already spreading there. And so she was doing these activities that she had done before and now it was giving her pain because now there's like a tumor there. Probably, I'm guessing.
But then after a few days, I was back into yoga fully. I was like doing yoga every day and Pilates every day, or almost every day. And I was just feeling so good, and I just wanted to do all these things, and it was so stupid in hindsight. I'm like, what am I thinking? We know better than to do that. Just too much at once like that, especially since I hadn't been doing it. I mean, I felt fine doing it. I got right back into it. I was doing intense stuff, and it was great. But clearly my body wasn't ready there. And so I went to the chiropractor again, but then it got a little bit better. But then I was carrying all these heavy watermelons, which were killing me. But I was hanging out with Gretchen and Kim, and when I went up there, I just brought all these watermelons, huge watermelons, and it just, from there, it got worse and worse. And I was with Gretchen for almost a week. When I came home at the beginning of, I came home the 4th of July, it was horrendous. It got really bad and excruciating, super, super bad, crazy spasming and nerves, shooting pains, and literally I've been home doing nothing for the whole month of July. And it's been obviously stressful because financially, like literally, like I don't have like a savings. Like I just have had enough money to keep me going for almost 3 weeks, and that was it. So, and I wasn't able to work. So I was just stressed out about bills that I have.
Again, this is Stephanie saying in her own words that she injured her back doing yoga and Pilates, and that she visited the doctor twice already for it at this point. Yet, the main sources, the plotter.
How would she know? She's saying, or what I heard there is, I had back pain and it probably got worse, or it didn't make it better by doing Pilates and yoga. I should have known better. But there's no proof that that's where it caused the injury at all. And like I said, she ended up having an eroded spine from cancer. So I'm assuming, again, that was a factor in it.
Who planted the story for the article clearly aren't aware of these facts.
I think it was when it got really bad, like maybe 3 weeks or 4 weeks after she had initially injured it. That's when she like sent the first message of like, hey, this is really bad. I'm in a lot of pain. I don't know what's going on here. And I think he called her because from their phone records, their like next text to him was like, thank you so much for talking with me. Like I feel a lot better. And she kind of like was basically referencing that they had just talked. So then they start, like in their text messages, they start like referencing the disc.
Mm-hmm.
And so they keep referring to this back thing as like the disc that's out. So we
Good question.
think that when they had that first conversation, that Anthony might have told her that she had a slip disc.
So here are the number 3 and number 4 plotters, one of whom was Stephanie's brother, were trying to figure out what was going on from the phone records, and they had no idea. They were essentially making up theories. Meanwhile, Stephanie had already been to the doctor at least 2 times at this point and was diagnosed with a disc injury by the doctor, not by Anthony.
I think that when they had that first conversation, that Anthony might have told her that she had a slip disc.
We think, is what she said.
I think that when they had that first conversation, that Anthony might have told her that she had a slip disc.
We think. And they took their incorrect theory about who diagnosed Stephanie's disc injury to a journalist and media outlet to be published.
Okay, let's see what it says here. It says Tassone had spent nearly 2 decades in the alternative health ecosystem, and by her own account, it's difficult to get a full picture of the advice she followed. Just want to make sure you know I don't have a doc that's overseeing all this, she later texted William. Just a mishmash of random people. Her reliance on this community was broader than William, but time and again, she returned to him. Haven't heard from Anthony, Tassone texted a friend and former William assistant, but Tienko says there's a virus in my intestines. She asked William if a chiropractor correctly identified her slip disc, and he said she did. So the article literally says, she asked William if a chiropractor correctly identified her slip disc, and he said she did. She told him that Bulu had used her neuro-emotional technique over FaceTime. Yay, he responded, adding, that can help a sensitive, nervy girl like you. Okay, so the argument is, well, he didn't diagnose it. He just confirmed the chiropractor's diagnosis through the angel in his ear. Okay.
Here is another plotter spreading this false narrative, being even less careful with her word choice.
Anthony told her that she had a slip disc from doing like yoga and Pilates in the same day.
That was quick. Can we play that one again?
Anthony told her that she had a slip disc from doing like yoga and Pilates in the same day.
I want to point out here, this plotter is acknowledging both the yoga and Pilates, but wrongly states a W diagnosed Stephanie. In actuality, the doctor diagnosed Stephanie with an injured and slipped disc.
And AW, as he likes to be called, confirmed to her, which is more important, I would imagine, to her, Stephanie, than the chiropractor's diagnosis.
This is how twisted and discombobulated the plotter stories are, and this is how false storylines are spread. Either this group is a group of poor researchers, or they're deliberate.
Okay, but the article got it right. So what is the argument? That's the whole point of putting it through a filter, someone who's outside of it, to get the story correct. So again, what is the argument here?
Leaving out facts so as to paint a false narrative. The journalist left out very important facts as well, even though AW's team presented these facts to him. One example from the article is that in all of the phone records and all of the mounds of evidence that exist to tell what actually happened, the journalist chooses this one. It says, quote, "Bro, I'm not doing good at all," Tassone texted William in July 2017. Back in excruciating pain. It's been weeks, but way worse now. Sorry to bug you. Hours later, she wrote, thank you for your support. And yeah, think the stress you mentioned is financial stress. Praying for that to come to completion. I love you and I appreciate all you do for me. The article left out the fact that Stephanie had already been to the doctor for her back twice and then went again a third time after this call in which AW suggested she can go to the doctor again. The journalist is making it appear as though AW simply blamed her back issues on financial stress because it suits their narrative.
On July 12th,
It's not the
we
vibe
have
I
text
got.
proof that shows my wife and I encouraged Stephanie to see a doctor for her back for a third time after Stephanie asked if she should. My wife responds with, quote, the chiro sounds like a good idea. That same morning, I had a phone call with Stephanie. I tell her that she should go to the hospital and get an MRI.
Okay, there's more about the disc thing. Okay, it says Tassone followed up a few days later about whether she should get blood work. And Williams said she should because her sodium level could have dropped from vomiting. She said she was vomiting less and asked if she still needed to. William responded in a series of voice messages. You are dealing with the shingles virus, tried and true, like 100%, he said in one. I mean, that's the virus that flared up your discs, everything else. If a doctor could come and draw blood, he said, it might make her family feel better. I think your family really needs you to see you get at least a little support. Okay, that's a very different thing than go see a doctor because I know that you have a condition that the doctor can fix for you. He's telling her she's got shingles, which is not a life-threatening necessarily illness, I imagine. Not as life-threatening as, stage 4 cancer at least. And he's also saying it's a flare-up, whatever, okay. And now he's saying... and they also said it was a slip disc. Okay, that's not a super, need to be concerned about it right now either. And then, let's see, it says, now he's saying, go get the blood work just to make your family feel better. He's not like saying, okay, you really need this because you got an issue here. And it says they could lose perspective over time, even though it's a slip disc keeping you from getting up. Later that week, Tassone's nipple began to bleed. She sent William a photo of stains on her shirt and asked if she had a hiatal hernia. You didn't have one months ago when I looked, he responded, but now that you vomit this much, it's possible. So, okay. Again, he hasn't talked about the shingles at all. He's just like, I just said go to a doctor. I said go to a doctor. I didn't say anything. It's like, you said a lot of other stuff, though.
She told me she already went to the doctor twice for her back and that he said it was an injured disc. Stephanie was resistant and didn't want to go to the hospital and get an MRI.
Stephanie had an appointment with a doctor the next morning, July 13th at 11 a.m., making that the third time she saw a doctor for her back injury within a month. This was in addition to the doctor that she told AW and his wife that she was seeing for her breast lump. I'm going to replay a recording of a live stream of the #1 plotter spreading false information in 2020.
So I think that they maybe dismiss a lot of what happened because Anthony told her to go see a doctor. But it's like, that's not what really happened. Yeah, that one's hard for me. I am such a truth teller. Honestly, to be able to manipulate things like that just gets me fired up.
Here, the #1 plotter is using the classic truth teller phrase while she is saying something that is provably false.
Anthony never told Steph to go to a doctor?
He never said to her, until she started bleeding from her nipples, he never said, go to a doctor.
Oh, I see.
After she started bleeding from her nipples, he did say that, I think.
This is the #1 plotter, the #1 source in the article under the pseudonym Sarah, and the originator of the false storyline about Stephanie that she published in 2020 and has continued on with, including taking it to a media company. In what you just...
Well, also, I don't know how much access she has to her text messages. I'm assuming she's getting her information from when Stephanie was alive and they were communicating, I would imagine. So the fact that the journalist, once again, had the text messages, looked at them, and reported what they said, I believe the article is accurate.
The #1 plotter is claiming that AW never told Stephanie to see a doctor until after her nipple bled. And if you notice in the recording, she says, I think, meaning she thinks he told her to see a doctor after the nipple bled, like she's not even certain of that. And yet we've displayed proof that by July 2017, AW had already told Stephanie to see the doctor at least 4 times. And Stephanie had already been to the doctor at least 2 times. And Stephanie's nipple did not start bleeding until October 15th of that year. The media company was presented with all of the early doctor evidence, and they still left it out to suit both their narrative and the original plotter's narrative.
Their narrative.
On July 10th, Stephanie reached...
What's their narrative? Why would they give a shit about the medical medium at all? Like, oh, we want him to fail. Like, the Vanity Fair made a positive article about celery juice craze. Like, what do they have to gain from this? Oh, the Netflix documentary? Which they would not be producing because they're a magazine? Okay, got it.
My wife, and said she's treating what's going on with her back like shingles. Quote, yes, a huge halt. You're not kidding. So that's been hard. It's been most of June, but recently took a new turn and got real bad, so I'm treating it like shingles. Notice how Stephanie did not say, AW is treating me for shingles, or AW said it was shingles. It was our understanding that the doctor Stephanie had already seen twice for her back, or the doctor Stephanie was seeing for her breast lump diagnosed her with shingles. 1 week after Stephanie messaged my wife, Stephanie sends photos to me of a shingles rash on her back and her side. I respond 5 days later and reinforce the doctor's diagnoses.
The plotter's article tried to paint it like it was...
It's so confusing. It's like, he's like, what did he say? I reinforced the diagnosis. You're not a fucking doctor. What do you and I can't remember the name. Reinforcing it. What do you mean reinforcing what? Do you have authority or not? The answer is no. But he goes back and forth like, I never said anything. But then he's like, I just reinforced what the doctor said. It's like, okay, but what? The whole premise, again, is that you have special God-given information. So to her, it's not officially a diagnosis until you say, yep, that's what it is. And you have no fucking clue what anything is. It just drives me mad. It drives me nuts because I believe that he knows exactly what he's doing. And he knows that this is all a grift. And this is all about, appealing to a chronically ill world, a chronically ill, frustrated community that doesn't get answers from traditional medicine and is already very, very wary of doctors and that sort of thing. And they're willing to pay big bucks out of pocket to get alternative care. And he's like, I'm going to just come and take mine from this community. That's what I think. And the fact that he's gone so deep into this with this woman who ends up dying and now is going to defend himself to this length, which I believe in my heart that he does not think he's hearing stuff in his ear. He knows that it's all bullshit, but he needs the story to appear like he's got some sort of information, because otherwise, why would you listen to him? I'm just a man on the street telling you, like, you have Crohn's disease. Like, it's all part of the theater of it. You go to the psychic who's just going to cold read you and give you information about what they're thinking about what you look like, but say like, I was gifted since I was a child, like to give you the sense of like, oh, this person's special. So it's sick to me. It's sick that this guy, knowing this, in my opinion, that this is all bullshit, and even giving her these little dribbles of hope that she's, he's going to help her in some way. It's disgusting.
Diagnosing her with shingles, but it was actually her doctor that diagnosed her with shingles, and AW was just going along with her doctor's diagnosis. The article conveniently left out the early doctors that were involved in managing her care at that point because those details would not suit their narrative. Next, I'm going to read a text exchange between Stephanie and AW's wife from August 10th. Stephanie texts, quote, "Hey, renal detachment, ? Requires medical intervention?" AW's wife responds by saying, quote, "Do you mean renal or retinol? But either way, yeah, you would need to see a doctor." Are you guys noticing a theme here? This is now at least the 6th time that AW and his wife have told Stephanie to see a doctor.
On August 25th, I had a brief phone call with Stephanie where she brought up her back, and I asked her to fill in her doctors on what she was going through. I asked Stephanie if the doctor wanted her to get an MRI, and she said, "I don't know." I said, "You should call him." I once again encouraged her to go to the emergency room if the pain gets bad.
This is now at least the 7th time that AW and his wife have told Stephanie to see a doctor. 5 days.
The article said several times, and again, they're lumping in the wife and him as if the wife, who has never been named before and never appears on camera. We saw probably most likely her hand like moving something in the camera frame one time during that egg live stream. The article is about the medical medium, who is the public persona who claims to have this gift. What do we give a shit about his wife? What does his wife know? So he's like, my wife and I told her 7 times. Okay, so the article says he told her several times to see a doctor. Where's the inaccuracy of that? And I'm going to wrap it up in a little bit, in a couple minutes. So I'm getting tired and hungry.
According to Stephanie, her back goes into severe spasm.
I need some celery juice.
Gonna have to actually drink a little celery juice. Keep me going here.
There's an audio message from Stephanie at 5:30 a.m.
Hey, bro, this is really bad. I'm in a really bad position here. I don't know what's going on with my back, but it got like 1,000 times worse. This morning I tried to get out of bed just to pee early in the morning, like 4. It was incredibly hard, and before my dad left for work, I said, can you just be here while I tried to pee one more time? And he was standing beside me, and everything was spasming and screaming, and I had to fall over onto the bed, and I got stuck, and I was literally screaming, like blood curdling, like shocking screams, because it wasn't calming down even once I laid. And it's just so bad. I had to fidget my way onto the floor. I just don't know what to do, and I'm really scared.
This voice message from Stephanie is really heartbreaking to listen to. She describes how she woke up in the morning, she got off her bed, and her back went into severe spasming. She screamed for her dad to help, fell down onto her mattress, fidgeted her way onto the floor, and got stuck there.
I call Stephanie a few hours later and suggest once again going to the hospital or urgent care. Stephanie declines, so I tell her to at least call her doctor. Stephanie says she doesn't want to go to urgent care, but she'll call her doctor.
And here is Stephanie describing what her doctor recommends.
If he has the gift that he claims to have, which is he can heal and diagnose you immediately by going like this, because you can pay him to do that, or you could in the past through the phone. He could tell you, oh, it's Epstein-Barr virus. Oh, it's the shingles, whatever. Why is he not healing her? If you get a voice memo like that, and you're claiming to millions of people out there on fucking national television at, Adam Sandler's house, you have the secrets to life and longevity because you've been selected by God to deliver and help people. You get a voicemail like that and your response is go to a doctor? I'm missing something. Why are these people defending him? This makes him look worse. Heal her. What do you need to go pay? She needs to pay you first or what? Like what? Why are you saying you have all the answers? You're going to do live streams about all the answers. You're going to write fucking textbooks about the answers to cure you, heal you. And you just defer to a doctor when you get a voicemail like that? I'm missing something completely. It's demented.
So my chiropractor called me, and his recommendation was an anti-inflammatory, whether I can go to like a family doctor or to an urgent care. He said he sells something he's like, if you'd rather go the natural route, I forget the name of it, I'm going to find out. He's going to call me back. But I told him I'm already taking curcumin. Maybe I should up that dose. I'm only taking 2 twice a day right now. I don't know. And he's said 10, I don't know, 10 something. He said 10, they do MRIs, and he was saying that that's what he would recommend. And he's finding out how much it's going to cost for me. He said, I'll call. So I don't know if that's something you would think I should do. And plus, I'd have to go there. I don't even know how that's going to happen right now. His other recommendation for right now is to ice the hell out of it and to do Mackenzie exercises where you lay on your stomach and go on your elbows and just, like, look up like you're looking at a TV. And that's what his recommendation.
God.
So what I want to point out here is that Stephanie's doctor, Dr. is recommending that she get an MRI and that she takes an anti-inflammatory. Dr. also prescribed, quote, icing the hell out of it without any parameters or direction, which led to Stephanie being on the floor, packed in ice, constantly going into the shivers and the shakes. Stephanie voices her concern of how she is going to get off the floor and get out to do an MRI. Next, we will hear an audio text from Anthony.
And they think your other chiropractor
to order an MRI or order something, and if he had to too, or help you, give you more direction on that too.
What you just heard was AW supporting the MRI that the doctor prescribed, which
Again, why would a random chiropractor have better intel than the man who's second to God, third in line? It's God, the spirit of compassion, Anthony William, according to him, the way he presents himself to his followers. Why would a random... I don't know. I don't know. It's crazy. All right, let's wrap it there. We're at 46:55. How about we continue this tomorrow? We'll finish this episode and we'll do a follow-up on medical meeting because it's getting sad and it's effed up anyways. Man, this is sad. I feel very, very, very bad for Stephanie because I was never myself personally as devoted to spirituality as a lot of other people, and definitely as much as she sounded like she was. So I, didn't have the same devotion to the whole thing, but I knew people who do and believe that like a doctor is evil. I mean, he has said as much, like the medical, what does he say? I have a soundbite about eggs.
The medical industry is involved with why eggs are bad.
The medical industry is involved in why eggs are bad. Okay, that's, a funny quote, weird, about him talking about how eggs are like, bad for your health and are going to cause health problems for you. Okay, but you got to think, if you're listening to this guy a lot, he may say go to a doctor to protect himself legally, but wink, wink, nod, nod, alternative medicine is the best. Food is healing, food is medicine. You don't need to go to the hospital. They're just in it for the money. Oh, the drugs that they prescribe you is just for money. And okay, that probably could be true. There is an argument to be made that, big pharma, big medical industry is not perfect. It is not a great system. I do not think like, wow, there could be no changes for sure. I love westernized medicine. It is no flaws, no notes. No, I'm not saying that. But you got to think, if you're a big follower of this guy, you are not going to trust mainstream medicine. You're there for a reason. You're texting and calling and conversing with him for a very specific reason, that you are most likely already distrustful of that whole complex. And now he's saying, go to that because I don't have any solution for you. I think someone who is so desperate and in pain, obviously based on that voice memo and just based on, the article and her ultimate, what happened to her. Obviously, it was a very serious thing, which would probably be painful to go through. She was desperate for help. And it's just insane to me that anyone could hear this podcast and go, oh, he's such a kind-hearted, empathic soul that's just trying to help humanity. Fuck this guy. Seriously, I have nothing else to say about it other than fuck him. He's disgusting. And, he must have no conscience because it must be hard to live with yourself and be this cruel, cold-hearted, knowing the impact he has on people and the effect he has on people and the control he has on people. He does not seem to give a shit whatsoever. On that note, let's come back tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm going to sing my song now on this wonderful note, and maybe we should do the classical music. We can do a little bit of like a storytelling. I liked when Camellia on Friday last week, she kind of made up a story using all of the names. So maybe we can try that tonight and see how it goes. Yes. Goodbye. See you in 1 second, or I'll hear you in 1 second. Rainy Cannon was walking down the street. And he decided, or she, I'm not sure actually, to meet under the starry nights. It was a very starry night, specifically the Milky Way. Nicole Campbell's favorite candy bar was the Milky Way, and she would eat one every single day at 2 p.m. and again at 4:20 with her best friend, Cannabay. Cannabay was not eating Milky Ways. She was participating in a different activity. Some call it toking. Some call it yiffing. I don't know if they call it that. Angela Arnold knows, because Angela Arnold loves the color green specifically. So anything that's green, she places it over her heart and believes that it will provide her abundance. And Heather believes abundance is all in the mind. And if you believe hard enough, you will be abundant. A consul thinks the opposite. A consul believes in scarcity. They have a scarcity mindset. But it's okay, because KT has an abundance of ease in their name. So they're proving the theory of abundance. God, I am hungry. Talking about Milky Ways has made me even hungrier. DJ Pepino knows all about that, riling a crowd up with heavy, heavy beats. "Where's your favorite club?" DJ Pepino asked Joms as they were rolling down the highway in a station wagon. Joms said, "I really like Tiffany." "Tiffany's a club?" "Why, yes. It's filled with champagne, Dom and sparklers." Chels Marie overheard this from the trunk. She was being kidnapped. They were headed to Alaska, Blatundra. They weren't going to hurt her, they were just going to transport her against her will. And Crystal G was on her shift as a deputy sheriff in the Alaskan Blatundra. And she decided to pull this car over. "Woo woo, Lindsay Walden! Lindsay Walden! Woo woo woo!" That's the sound of the siren in Alaska. Many people don't know that. And when they pulled the car over and Crystal G jumped out of or Chels Marie or one of the people, whoever was in the trunk, jumped out, Kimberly Cossé was an innocent bystander just watching this all unfold. And she recorded it on her phone. She posted it to a subreddit called Alice in Wonderland 66 World Star. It's a niche. It's very unknown. And upon posting that to that subreddit, Kara Soto saw it from across the world in Paris and was horrified at what she was seeing. But you know who wasn't horrified? Kimberly Harris Smiles, who literally was grinning. Wow, another person jumping out of a trunk. What a great day. Heather Hope watched it as well and said, "This gives me hope, because that means if one day I'm in a trunk and being transported against my will to Alaska, I too can escape. Hopefully." Dave Kelly commented and said, "This is fake. This is fake news." And people called him a troll and a hater because they didn't want to believe it was fake. Not Jenna Cash. She didn't want to believe. She wanted to believe that it was real. For humanity's sake. And El Cholo's kid got on the computer and just smashed the keyboard and wrote gibberish under the photo, or under the video. And people thought it was a cipher that needed to be decoded that would tell the truth of the scene unfolding on this Reddit thread. Little did they know, it was meaningless. Blaze Goddess knew it was meaningless because she was blazed and knew it was nonsense. And Charlotte decided to close the Reddit, close her laptop, and never go online again, because this is what happens when you're chronically online. Good night, everybody. And on that note, everyone slip into a wonderful slumber. Goodbye. See you next time.